it's organic. It do matter if it's organic. Like doing this to front off Donald Trump, that don't mean shit. I swear to God, that don't mean shit. Because that same thing with the BLM shit, where you got George Soros paying for that shit. $10 billion was raised, and not a money went to the black community. Like, stop it, bro. Like,
and Warren Buffett too.
Black communities, if anything, black communities pay all their damn politicians. Why these goddamn political parties? Thank you.
How much to the black community now that George Soros is not a thing?
George Soros is a thing. He's not a thing just because you say he's not a thing. He a thing.
No, Sean. I was shocked to answer.
Yeah, what happened?
George Soros is not a thing anymore. We're not talking about him anymore. So Trump and his...
He's a large donor, man. What are you talking about? He don't matter. Like, his son went the West Coast.
Wait. Let me finish my question. Trump is in office. He has his sort of the funds you think that George Soros supposed to have been given to the black people. Is Trump's people doing the same thing right now? Are they giving to black people as we speak right now because they're in power and they have whatever they got going on? Are they giving to black people right now?
I mean, we don't have to answer the question directly. God, to get some food.
What is Trump doing specifically for black folks in America? Please do not bring up the what they call it, the PIC Act, because not everybody's in prison, so that's not a thing.
But you said, what has he done to help the black community?
Specifically to help black people.
Not everybody was getting shot by the police when we was out there marching about that shit.
Thank you. Like, when it comes to this situation, immigration has opened up positions.
No, Sean.
Immigration, what's it? No. Don't ask me man, now you're trying to police how I answer it now? You asked me the question. I'm about to answer it. When it comes to the situation of the deportations and immigration crackdown, I've seen black men personally that was able to get construction and trucking jobs because of the scenario in my backyard, something that I can actually shake hands and actually talk to. The brother that I actually had to pick up the food for, he actually got his job because of opening up of the immigration crackdown. So when it comes to the black community, it's based on sections. No different how when black people say, well, Trump cut the government jobs. Well, not everybody got a government job. So we could do that same little game that you played of not everybody in prison. But yeah, the Democrats was the one that passed incarcerated niggas.
Or construction, so I'm talking about as a whole.
Respectfully, dude, you're an Asian, sir, so you're a hopper anyway.
We're talking about
Let's talk the
facts. So we are talking about an industry that has an 8 million job gap in the labor market. Construction and trades. 8 million job gap. That's what the illegal immigration was for. So any black American, 8 million, how many times does 8 million go into black America? About 4? 5? 6? So there you go. There's jobs for about 20 jobs, then that should mean something.
Yeah, since people want to get disrespectful, God bless you, Sean. Just remember I said that to you. Thank you.
You shouldn't ask, what is Trump doing for black America? You should ask, what is black America doing for America?
You know what?
Well, that's an honest question. Because let me just tell y'all this right now. We're going to play a game. Y'all know I like to play.
That is a good question, King.
Right? Okay. I'm answering that question. But this game we're about to play right now. I am white supremacy. So everybody in here today, for the next 3 minutes, you are a card-carrying member of the Klan. You are a card-carrying Nazi Party USA. You are anti-nigger. Now, if anybody was to ask you, how could you have such extreme views against the black community? What would you say as a white person to back up your views? Somebody chime off the mic. Be honest, keep it real with me. Why don't you like niggers?
Because the niggers is lazy.
All right, there's another reason why you don't like niggers.
They're never happy. They're always complaining about the pay. We give them the best of health cares. We give them all these extra benefits, and they still not happy.
What about those colored gangs? What about those colored gang members out there shooting and killing each other? Does that scare you when you see it in your city?
Oh yeah, they're always killing shit.
Reason I don't like black people is because I'm afraid they might.
You gotta call them niggers. You gotta call them niggers, or we're gonna take your Ku Klux Klan.
Them niggers ain't kill us though, Stephen.
No, them niggas is going to take my bird out, and then
They moving in our neighborhoods, bringing the
Well,
rats and the roaches.
that's why I like that nigger Umar Johnson. Every time he sees a nigger trying to talk to one of our daughters, he jumps in the middle of it. So I actually like the nigger Umar Johnson. He's trying to tell these niggers the right thing. Don't say their ass is no trouble. All right? Come around Jimmy Ray's house, try to talk to one of Jimmy Ray's daughters. I'm going to make sure you meet this 30-6. And I ain't talking about that pussy ass gun they shot Charlie Kirk with either. This will take your whole goddamn head clean off.
Although we are hoarders, them niggas sure know how to bring some rats and roaches to the neighborhood.
Well, now, you know, white man, we ain't too goddamn opposed to a little bit of some beasts and some creatures. We're goddamn beasts or goddamn selves. So you can miss me with the rats and the roaches. They was there before the niggers got there. I keep it 100 like the niggers say.
When you went and they litter. Every time I see them at the light, they litter at the light.
And then push along so to the beginning of the second grade, so on, going up and up. And then you went to high school, and this was a great transition in life. And now the pressure is being put on. You must get ahead. You must go up a grade and finally be good enough to get to college. And when you get to college, you're still going step by step up to the grade level. And then you get out into this right world comes the struggle for success.
The Jews came here with the Italians and they started organized crime rate, which robbed American law and they robbed American banks, they paid American taxpayers
in the middle of life.
money we had to
You wake
spend.
up one day
All
and say,
those things organized crime.
I've arrived. I feel pretty much the same as I
Now
did.
here come the niggers.
In fact, I'm not so sure
All
that I
this
don't
time
feel
later.
we've cheated.
Now they want to be Gambino. Listen to the thing. You didn't see it. They're trying to be
Don't you
cheap.
remember when you went first to school? You went to kindergarten. And in kindergarten, the idea was to push along so that you get
NAACP, it ain't gonna work.
and then push along
But they don't see it.
second
They
grade.
don't
So on,
understand. These
like,
niggas don't understand why
high
the
school,
families
this
are all
is a great
fucked up.
transition.
Well, goddamn, as soon as Martin Luther King came around and got a goddamn pen in Johnson's hand, you niggas ain't been the same since. But it's the white man's fault. It's the Republicans' fault. You niggas are voting yourselves into extinction. And you want to blame your circumstances on me, the white man? I got to pay bills too.
You see, the thing that I don't like about black people in America is that they're actually complainers, not visionaries. And the unfortunate thing about a complainer is that they don't lack poetry, apparently, but Biggie and Tupac ain't good poetry for the soul. And so what we're trying to say is that if 40 million African Americans can complain, they can also not complain. And when you do not complain, you have solved all the problems, because most of the complaints are just personal hypnoses. And unfortunately, you ain't gonna get reparated for no complaint. There ain't never been a time in history where a complaint ever been reparated. And so what I'm trying to say is be creative in your own personal life. This room is creative. And even pretending to be a card-carrying KKK neo-Nazi as a black American, that's creative. And this is funny. And all I got to say is if this was commercially viable and up on YouTube and X and Instagram and other platforms, well, maybe people would like it. This, what the fuck is that shit about? You're confusing people. And that's creative.
Man, are you white?
Is he?
Oh, no.
You was a little too good, man.
Where he get it?
Joke over. Joke is over. He was he had me look at his phone on my phone.
I ain't never seen nobody have King speechless. Yeah, he don't know what to say to that shit.
He channeled an actual plan.
But the funniest part about it is, respectfully, the black community, not black community, the black Democrat community, they act like they don't acknowledge the fact that Robert Byrd had a eulogy. That was Joe Biden's big uncle. Not even Obama there. So that's why I say all this shit is performative when it comes to liberals, especially like the nigga in the chat, Christian, talking about, well, a political party that gives their existence. Nigga, that whole model is kill the baby. Kill it. Kill it. That's the whole mantra. Suppress your damn population where you become politically irrelevant. Then when you have the umbrella, domestic,
Is that true, Latrell?
nigga, Maria gonna have 5 kids by the end of this goddamn decade, by 2031. Goddamn. goddammit. 18 million illegals become 52 million.
Hold on. And y'all notice how them little Mexican babies be fat in the motherfucker. Them little motherfuckers be good as shit.
They be like, oh, come here, little Cholito, come here, little Cholito.
Them motherfuckers be in the stroller. They be in the stroller. Check me out. They be in the stroller. The mama got a Louis purse. The daddy rocking the newest J's. You know, they be getting them haircuts now where they almost look like a nigga from the side. You know, a fade be better than your fade. Got a nigga looking in the mirror like, what the fuck going on here now? That nigga got on a Bulls jersey, some J's, and some jeans. The kids got on all the latest Nike, all the latest fashion. The little baby be in the goddamn stroller. 5 months, 100 pounds, with fat wrists and gold chains. You know them goddamn little Mexican babies be having them little gold little bracelets. Y'all seen them? They be having a gold little Mother Mary, Virgin Mary around their neck. They got gold, and they don't even need one.
Well, like Nye said, you just got to be good. And the last chapter of the good book says, be a saint. And, you know, Cesar Chavez, that guy with the great pictures in the Union, he was a rapist. And he was practicing mind control. But Larry Hoover was also practicing mind control. And that motherfucker a rapist too. And so the point is, be good. And in a word, be a saint. Hello?
No, it sounds like the cat they used to be on here, and it sounded like Gilbert Godfrey. Remember the dude they used to sound like Gilbert Godfrey on here?
Hey, come on, man. Hey, buddy.
That's what Universe sounded like for a minute. Man, you killed me with that one right there. Golly. But the point I'm trying to make is, family, is like, there are legitimate
This shit's got to be gold, right?
Intense in the wrong direction. You do it in the face of the truth. And the right-wing Americans, right? Largely, these are the same group of people who fought off tyranny in the first place, in the Civil War. But see, these crackers don't even know their history to where they believe that all the whites were anti-black. And all the blacks believe all the whites were also anti-black. Right? Not true. And the sad part about it is, this is a great question, where are your allies, Black America? Where are the allies that your great-great-great-great-grandparents had as slaves? They couldn't speak the King's English the way you Negroes can. They didn't have the education that you had. They didn't have the resources that you had. But somehow they were able to get white people to pick up arms and go to fight against their own brethren. Over you. See, this is the greatest moment in American history that we don't talk about. It's the Civil War. Nobody knows shit about the Civil War. I could walk around with $1 million in Black America and tell me, name me 3 battles in the Civil War. Motherfuckers couldn't do that. They don't know about Appomattox. You know what I mean? They don't know about the massacre of those soldiers in Tennessee that voluntarily gave up and were then slaughtered by the same Confederate general who then formed the Ku Klux Klan right there in the same state of Tennessee, in Pulaski. And so these white people don't have the emotional attachment to politics that black people do. We have an emotional attachment to politics because our very political voice is yoked to freedom, right? And so while we mention slavery and we mention the Civil War, we mention this period of time only as an instrument for us to do what the brother Universe was saying, complain. We only use the Civil War in order to complain. We only use civil rights in order to complain, but we truly don't know the history of either one of those. That's why I did the Civil Rights on Ice lecture. Because what I realized is that ever since about 1967, black people's civil rights have been on ice. Ever since they added sex to affirmative action policies, this shit has been downhill ever since. Why? Because black people are out here fighting for a policy that overwhelmingly benefits the dominant white society. It benefits the very mothers and daughters and sisters and wives of white supremacy that you niggas say you're fighting against. But you promote and push a policy as policy number one, as policy du jour, that literally benefits white women, which make up 50.8% of America, according to the 2020 census. They are the only statistical majority in this motherfucker. basic common sense math. Let's not get started with the minority word and the communities of color and all these other vague and ambiguous terms. So now whatever money might be left over in the kitty of affirmative action, whatever opportunity might be left over in the kitty of affirmative action is effectively washed away because now they've opened up the border and everybody who runs across that motherfucker damn near can qualify to be one of you. But this is your backbone of your political apparatus. You're the children of Dr. King politically. We act like Dr. King got killed in 08, not 68, because we haven't moved a motherfucking inch politically since then in any different direction. Even though you can go and look in the decade immediately following the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and you'll see some of the most radical black political thinking of our time. Let me say that again. In the decade after the Civil Rights Movement, you'll find the most radical black thinking, political thinking in the history of our race here in this country. Let me say it one more time. In the decade after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, you see the most militant and, if you want to say woke, black political body. They call it the Black Power Movement. Or y'all power movement, right? So why in the fuck today, 60 years later plus, are we still practicing the politics of 64 and 65 and 68? When the brothers in that era completely turned away from the political apparatus because they knew the solution was bullshit. They saw it in real time. You know, we live in what's called revisionist history. And black people's psychology, the very psychology of the black community is built on revisionist history. Someone else revising the history in order to shape your consciousness in such a way to limit and manipulate your possibilities, and thereby manipulating your consciousness and manipulating your possibilities, they've manipulated your political power.
The solution is always spiritual.
The 1960s black political constituency would have absolutely went and talked to Trump. They would have went and talked to Kamala. They would have went and talked to Trump. They would have went and talked to, because they weren't yoked to any of these parties. We live in the era where now we only one party on one side, and then we talk about the Republicans are racist. Well, hell, I'd be racist to your black ass too if you abandon our party and we literally are the party that freed you niggas. Who should be more upset in white America at black people than the people who belong to the very party that was created for your liberation that you have abandoned? And now you didn't just abandon the party to go do your own thing. You jumped ship to their political adversary that they've been fighting since the Civil War that wanted to keep you niggas enslaved.
But see, parties change and, you know, parties evolve and the party keeps going. A lot of people think the party stopped, but the party's still going right now.
So the point is, Bethany, you gotta ask yourself, why are we today practicing mostly what you would call civil rights, sit-in, boycott, protest politics? Why are we still practicing that form and brand of politics when in the immediate decade after, they didn't view it with the same nostalgia that we view it with? And that's because those brothers and sisters actually lived through it. They didn't have to go Google the situation. They lived in it. They knew it. They talked about it. Conversation. This was their Black America, right? And so, because they understood that this is the reason why Martin Luther King was looked at as a failure. Even he said to the man who said it to us about I believe I walked my people into a burning building. What the fuck do you mean walked them into a burning building? The burning building, ladies and gentlemen, that Martin Luther King was talking about was the Democrat Party. That was the burning building. And why did he call it that? It's a burning building if the Democrat vice president is a part of the assassination and benefits from the assassination of the Democrat president. The Democrat president dies in the home city of the Democrat vice president. The Democrat vice president then becomes the president and then enacts legislation that absolutely shapes America still to this day. Let me just say that again. They didn't just kill any president at any time. They killed Kennedy in the time of X. They killed Kennedy in the time of King. They killed Kennedy before X and before King. Maybe that was anybody. Right? And so we literally had a coup d'etat in America. In 1963, when he was killed, this is during a time where more Republicans the next year would vote for civil rights legislation that we love so much, not the Democrats. This is the world that they killed Kennedy in. It looks like this was a pretty fair-minded and balanced America. It doesn't appear to be the racist America that we even have today. More Republicans voted per capita for the civil rights legislation than Democrats did. Politically today, that you could put before your Congress, and you could get 50 to 60% of the Democrats and 80% of the Republicans to vote on. Well, shit. Your news cycle would look different. It wouldn't be a bunch of Republicans blaming shit on Democrats and Democrats blaming shit on Republicans. It'd be a whole bunch of Republicans on TV calling out to the Democrats. I call out to my Democrat constituents to reconsider the matter. I call out to my Republican. See, this was an actual body politic. With Kennedy and that bullet that took him out, changed the American landscape forever. It would be different if LBJ went into office and then, didn't pass no major legislation, and then in 64, somebody else would have got elected. No. The man got elected and drove a steak knife through Black America. Now, mind you, the 1964 Civil Rights Act, 1964 was an election year, ladies and gentlemen, meaning that the election wasn't until October.
But the truth always comes out, and the truth about Kennedy, about his death, that truth is out. It was the Pentagon, it was the CIA, it was LBJ, and the truth is that George W. Bush Sr. is dead, and Donald Rumsfeld is dead, and Richard Nixon, he dead, and Kissinger, he dead, and then one day everybody gonna die. And then J.D. Vance is going to be gay. And Marco Rubio is going to be the president.
Sounds like he's a Nostradamus predictor. What is Nostradamus? He's predicting this?
Well, when I say the N-word, most people confuse it with the other N-word. I mean Nostradamus.
Well, Kamala Harris is gearing up to run again. And her campaign will be mostly anti-Trump rhetoric. That's going to be her campaign. How Trump has been. That's the only point that she's going to campaign.
That's all she needs. You know that, right?
That's called tickling the clit of the ear. It's just spam.
Social media. The anti-Trump hatred to win the election.
In the hood, yes. In the hood, that's all you need. In the hood, that's all you need.
The only way I'm going for her is if she's talking about reparations. Other than that,
I'm not going to give anything specific for Black people. No.
When she run again, you Negroes are going to be running to the polls to throw her back into office.
You do realize if there is reparations, there's going to be lawsuits because it's unconstitutional.
reparations. She didn't get my vote. Not her with her white husband. Yeah.
In Evanston, Illinois, there are 300 African Americans in Evanston that are already getting reparations. They've gotten $40,000 each from cannabis sales tax. It's so ridiculous. The people that are getting it are not even connected in any way remote. And the ID verification, the history, it's all bullshit. It's fucking just, it's a scam. A lot of these people aren't even born in America. Anyways, it's a scam. How the fuck do you verify that you are qualified or your lineage, etc.? What do you got, a fucking history book? Most of these people barely got papers.
You for blacks, you should get it. It don't matter. All that other shit don't matter because discrimination was for all black people. It wasn't just for the ex-slaves or whoever. So we was all being discriminated against, Jim Crow, redlining, all that bullshit. We all deserve reparations.
Even if that's true, how?
Reparations are for slavery. Free labor. That's not about
reparations for mistreatment of black people.
No. I mean, both of y'all.
Slavery too? Like, you get a little extra. But yeah, it should be reparations for Jim Crow laws, reparations for discrimination, and reparations for
redlining, eminent domain, all of that shit. But look, Baghdad, no, nigga. That's why y'all can't even heat right now with this whole reparations claim because y'all trying to include all black people. It's not for all fucking black people. Now, personally, personally, I don't think that niggas, and I do mean American Negroes, is gonna get anything from slavery because them funds was already allocated to the slave owners at that respective time. But for shit like eminent domain, in which a lot of motherfuckers wasn't even over here for, up in the 50s, shit, even up until damn, I can't even remember. Fuck that. It don't matter.
Even mass incarceration, like we see
the massacres up in the early 1900s.
The red summer of 1919.
I muted you so one person can talk at a time. Thank you.
You welcome.
That's how King now, because he was just going to go into what I was going to start talking about.
But yeah, if she have a because nobody talked about reparations last time. Like, I didn't like that shit. If she talk about reparations and have a plan for it and put it on the table, then I'll look at it. If she don't mention it, I ain't voting. But then again, if he say, hey, he doing reparations, I'm voting for his ass. So whenever I'm pushing reparations, get my vote. Wherever not getting my vote, I'm just not going to vote.
King is saying yes. But why am I curious? Can I make a rest? How many German shepherds are being harmed away? Why mask the dogs? Let them bite.
But I don't care what, but they still gotta talk about reparations to get my vote. They gotta say I got a plan to have reparations or to work it out. I'm going.
They'll never have any plans for that.
They'll never have my vote. I'm never voting again.
See, the problem is they control everything. So one complaint turns into 10,000 complaints. And then you got a Chinese person, and then you got a South Korean and a Vietnamese, and then you got other peoples that are going to complain too and say, what about us? Especially the Native Americans who were genocided and the whole goddamn country was taken from them. So you think a couple casinos for a few billion is enough when the African American community is asking for 1.5 trillion or 100 trillion or 1,000 trillion? Hello?
A lot of that shit
is hilarious.
But for two, all of them communities that you just named all got reparations for whatever the that they went through. So they can't come back and ask for more, even though a whole nother demographic is asking for what they never got in the first place. But once again, we can't advocate for reparations for slavery if that was even the case, right? We would have been got that shit fucking years ago when they first started. We would have been got that shit. They don't want to
burn this building, ladies and gentlemen. They want to
prove that y'all was enslaved for one. For two, y'all can't. We fucking. Don't put me up in there. We can't all agree upon one fucking moniker that we could go under, whether it be FBA. So I like Solana. Y'all niggas call me Solana.
You just said it.
You said you like what?
So everybody come up with their own title. So what if somebody says
Solani?
Solana.
Hello?
Solani?
Kind of like that. I'm about to put up in the chat.
Listen, I want to ask for reparations. I want it to be known.
Hold on, Universal. Because I was going to say, I don't know how we got on the reparations. I'm just throw my little 2 cents in here and say this. If the survivors of Tulsa could not get reparations, and I know there's a lot of people that want to.
So, Congressman, you're freaking.
Shit was worded, and they filed for the wrong.
So, Congressman, you're freaking.
This weird shit, whatever. I don't care if they filed or didn't file. If the survivors couldn't get it, I don't know why anybody would ever think that they're gonna allot some shit
Musk is a fascist.
100+ years ago, but that's either here or there.
What about the Republican veterans that died in the Civil War and the hundreds of thousands and their descendants? Why can't they get a little bit of that cheddar? Hello?
So it's interesting. The Jews are the only ones that get reparations and they don't work for it. But yet, the black people, they worked hard, they built the country, they were spit on, they were abused, used and abused. They don't get nothing. But these Jews, they're getting left and right money in Israel. They got retirement, free healthcare.
Yeah. So unless they talk about it, and I don't even see why we should vote anymore. Let's just focus on, whoever wins, let's make the best out of it, and let's just focus on, getting money and making babies and staying out of jail.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, baby, there's so much you gotta learn, brother. Hey, stick around, bro. There's a lot of great people up in here. Sue, Stephen, Hakeem, Nye, King, of course, this is room stuff. My brother Sean down there. Matter of fact, this motherfucker on the side of me, Universe, is actually cooking.
Cooking. I'm cooking. If you don't vote, that means you don't know who rules you. If you don't know who rules you, well, then you a low-informed voter.
Yeah, I agree. He is nutty as hell, but I agree.
Nutty as a goddamn payday.
Yeah, he's funny. Y'all gotta listen. He's funny.
The Jews have compromised our country, our economic system. Our people are suffering. We must vote and take the right actions.
Hey, and if voting don't work, y'all know what else comes after that. If voting don't fucking work, y'all know what comes after. See, I listen to a lot of these rooms right here for you. So we all love the reason why I come every day, right? But we talk about revolution so fucking much up in here. But, and granted, I'm not telling anybody, I'm not inciting anything. I promise to God, I'm not. For the replays, right? But niggas don't want to do, matter of fact, Americans in general don't want to do what it takes to have a fucking revolution. That's all I'm saying.
That's because we don't like redundancy. We already had a revolution. We had 2 revolutions, and we are in the 3rd revolution. But the truth is, philosophy and politics are intertwined. If you want to know politics, you got to know philosophy.
Yeah, my philosophy is if they don't get done one way, we're going to get it done another way.
And that's on period. But here's the thing. See, there will come a time in the recent future, I believe, when we will be forced to act. You either gonna get down or you gonna lay down. And that's real. And by that I mean you either gonna get with people who are like-minded and deal, or you're gonna succumb to the rulings of this evil regime. And I'm talking about trying to do the destruction that has come through and just pillaged the city that I grew up in that was beautiful, that was predominantly black-owned businesses. And that dynamic has changed, right? And that dynamic changed by design. Yes, niggas didn't have to pick up the crack bag or the crack pipe, but or the gun. But there's no other demographic that has been targeted like the demographic to which I belong. None other.
Steph, you in the Matrix, baby. The demographic war is real, as someone said earlier, when Senorita Maria has 8 children, and now the Black American is a minority, well, then you're going to complain just like how the Palestinians are complaining or the Jews are complaining, because it's a demographic war, and you know it. And when you lose the majority, you become the inferior minority. Ain't that the fact? Hello?
The way to win is to populate. We gotta fuck our way into victory, but we don't want to do it. We don't want to have kids.
Oh my God!
It's a democracy. So I'm gonna have more people, and then one day we might look up and have a majority, and then we might vote. But until then, we ain't gonna vote. We just gonna make babies.
And
More kids in this fucking shit?
No. So
I'm gonna try to have 100 babies.
he actually,
My brother gonna try to have 100.
I hope not talking like that.
Try to get them to have 100 babies apiece, and we just gonna see what happens.
yeah, no, raise your IQ level before you do that, but I'm not opposed to you doing that. Hey, so he actually kind of right in the sense he's just not put it into the right context. Yo, like I was saying up in this room before, I think it was this room, kids bring wealth whether we know it or not. Reason why, there's a lot of women, and I'm not going to put that on anyone, but there's a lot of women out here that is having children because they understand the benefit from it. Now, granted, right? Look, oh damn, where the fuck this nigga go? I want to say this shit for him specifically, but fuck it, put it on. Look, we in a losing battle. Why? Because we're not having that many children nowadays. The dominant society, they're kind of.
This is probably the worst quote, and I'm gonna think of a better one in like 5 seconds. But the only thing that comes to mind is Chuck Bass answering the phone for a girl he hates, and he was like, Georgina, to what do I owe the displeasure? And I've used that line so many times.
Is that better?
Way better.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So all I'm saying is, we talk a lot about why or increasing the population in our demographic, and we don't look at why people are not having as many children. We don't look at that. Like that has to be reviewed. Women no longer really.
He treated me as a business person. We treat people as a business. That's the way he treated most people. Nothing personal about it.
You know what I'm saying? Like we have to find a way.
That's the way he functioned. That's the way he operated. He was the consummate politician. He was the quintessence of a paper figure. He was a father figure. Whether or not he was a man of compassion, I couldn't say I dare say he was. He struck me as being a person who you could like if you got to know. But I dare say very few people knew him. I'm sure you can find on every corner now somebody who has had the confidence of Danny, who talked to Danny, who Danny leaned on. I mean, they're all in the woodwork. Most of them, this just wasn't true. Very few people knew this man. He was a loner. When you get right down to it, most powerful people who have real integrity and real character are loners. They don't spend all their time galloping around there. They have to pull back and think and reflect and get their batteries charged. They may like people, they may deal with people, they may function with people, but they're basically and fundamentally loners. And that's true in politics, it's true in art, it's true in science, it's probably true in the entertainment world. And Danny was of that group.
Not you trying to start a gender war.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm trying to be so careful with my words.
Danny was in a business. He treated me as a business person. We treat people in the business as we treated most people. Nothing personal about it. That's the way he functioned. That's the way he operated. He was the consummate politician. He was the quintessence of a political figure. He was a father figure. Whether or not he was a man of compassion, I couldn't say I dare say he was. He struck me as being a person who you could like if you got to know. I dare say very few people knew him. I'm sure you can find on every corner now somebody who has had the confidence of Danny, who talked to Danny, who Danny leaned on. I mean, they're all in the woodwork. Most of them, this just wasn't true. Very few people knew this man. He was a loner. When you get right down to it, most powerful people who have real integrity and real character are loners. They spend all their time galloping around there. They have to pull back.
We could say that economical strategy.
Danny was in a business.
There's a real showdown shaping up between Mayor Brandon Johnson's allies in the Chicago Teachers Union and the new leader of the public schools. It's over the union's demands for schools to be closed May 1st for a day of protest and activism. I'm WGN-TV investigative reporter Ben Bradley. You might be surprised by some of the union's proposed lesson plans for that day of civic engagement. In addition to the history of May Day and the labor movement, we've reviewed documents being circulated. They include a section on youth organizing against authoritarianism. It also suggests students should be asked to describe what hardships are people in your community facing since Trump was reelected. WGN political editor Tamon Bradley pressed the union leader.
Why involve the students in that?
We're not trying to involve the students in that. We're actually trying to involve the entire country in on this. The benefit of making
reparations and they don't work for it. But yeah, black people worked hard to build the country. They were spent out doing their bills and used.
The pushback is I'm looking at today's time. I'm looking at men and women now.
So Congressman, you're focusing on most of the fashion.
I'm looking at this whole poly, quote unquote, epidemic and how women are not really in favor of that. That a lot of men today are trying to pick up on and trying to implement here that their women don't want here. So I'm looking at all these different dynamics and I'm just saying it sounds good. You know, I'm on board with you because I think I've said something similar to that not too long ago. I agree with that. It's not that I disagree with you, but I'm looking at today's time and I'm saying never gonna make it.
Okay, I see where you and Steph coming from, right? Y'all not wrong at all. I think it's a difference in perspective. But I pose y'all this question though: how many of y'all did y'all genealogy and found great uncles and great aunties? A lot of them at that quantity of great uncles and great aunties from y'all great granddads back then.
Of course, we can say that we found that, but it's at the end of the day, you know, that family structure is important. And at the end of the day, you know, we're not gonna, you know, I don't care about if people choose to just, you know, have their own contract or if they choose to go, you know, do it in the system. By all means, your choice, right? But the fact that it's not happening, the fact that there's so much pushback on it, and the fact that people is telling us to go make all these goddamn children them, but don't want to be committed to, and then to top it off, they want to bring another party into that situation. You know, it's just weird out here. It's very weird, Avo. I don't think women today is jacking that, and I don't think you men today is really jacking where we at with it today either. So it just don't even make sense to bring more kids into this whole situation that we got going on for real. It's really counterproductive. It's already bad, and that's just gonna make it even worse because then that's gonna continue the conversation about, you know, you should have chose better and all these babies and all these, man, please, don't nobody want to hear that shit.
I mean, I think it's all relative. Like, we do both, and I'm Sweet. One thing I do on is the time, right? So I feel like, you know, we as black people, so to say, black Americans,
Hey, this is Universe, everybody. I just want to say that, you know, these are big topics. These are big concepts. But at the personal level, the individual level, in terms of self-improvement, meditation, or just relaxing and, you know, having no thought, that's the truth of the earth. You know, we're living a culture and a society where we put the self down. We constantly are essentially, we're racist against the self. We are prosecuting and we are bigoted against what is the self. So all I'm trying to say is, baby, that the perfect way to optimize for yourself and for your country and for the earth is meditation. What is meditation? Can you teach me a class on meditation? If you can do that, baby, you are the earth. Hello, this is universe.
Hello. I got you. So, Avo, how do the Negro Americans and the American Indians, how do we align these two groups?
We have more of those discussions. As King, I'm gonna bow out gracefully only because it's not gonna get anywhere. Like, okay, so even though I identify as who I am, right? You identify as who you are. It don't fucking matter because we're all in the same fucking category at this very time right now, right? And so the R&B come out and give us our own classifications, whether if you consider yourself FBA or whatever.
Hey, what's going on here?
Beanie Jr. here, man. Free himself inside 5 minutes.
We all look at the same thing.
It's all over now. Hey, put your money on the table. Get back to work. You sucker.
How the hell did you do that?
Misidentified initial.
Well,
you as a...
I dislocated my shoulder one time and I can just still have it.
Oh, goddamn, man. Does that hurt?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
But not as much as I put it back in. This is Sigmund Freud.
Why the hell do you do this to yourself, Riggs?
Well, who else could I do it to? I mean, none of them will let me. Come on, call it. Come on, not all.
Hey, what's going on here? Let's get some work done here.
Beanie Jr. here, man. Free himself inside.
You can't align with the Native American billionaire casino owners unless you at the boardroom, baby. You gotta get a seat at the boardroom, baby, if you want to play with the big dogs.
So, we got to understand that it's the commerce that we're engaging in incorrectly. And so we've got to correct our commerce. That is the black beauty supply industry.
The black beauty supply industry. Who owns the black beauty supply industry, baby? That's the bank, baby.
Yeah, you do gotta kind of come closer to your mic.
Is that better?
Yeah, a tad bit.
Is that better?
Yeah, not really, but we can hear you.
So I'm saying the thing is that we gotta have the black beauty and the commerce game changed. The black church is giving billions of dollars away to white Jewish banks. The black beauty supply model is one that's owned by outside interests, taking it out of our community that could be used in our community. The blacks in construction that I push and promote with We Are the Builders go back into these communities and actually build the infrastructure with the banking system that I have designed, where black churches would be primarily sponsors and beneficiaries of the good work of banks that don't allow the communities around them to gentrify because your members are there. These churches have to work exponentially harder to get members to come in and keep the church up and running when they're in a city like Atlanta or Memphis or Dallas, etc. And the traditional black community that existed in the east side or the south side or whatever it is has now been displaced and now that area has been gentrified. So, additionally, when we talk about the procurement contracts, like now I can talk about this minority game. We've got to actually delineate
What's going on today?
that we separate ourselves from other groups of people. These are the sorts of things that I'm looking forward to being able to push and promote. Every day I wake up, this is the gym that I'm on. I'm trying to get black people to stop calling themselves minorities, Stop looking at these motherfucking racist Republicans as if they're any better or worse than these fucking liberal Democrats. And for people to understand that, yeah, there's a history that we don't know. You may be connected to the land, you may be connected to somewhere else, but go find your roots.
Yeah, you gotta go within, or you gotta get to the root of the matter in order to solve the situation as best as it can be solved. It's a game theory, baby.
Connected to
niggas, you trying to translate, but okay, so like, okay, and I'm in agreement with that, and I think that most people who identify with whether they be FBA, American Indian, ADO, West, we all agree on the same thing, right? So I mean, you know,
it's a game theory, baby.
You said everything that we all fucking align with, regardless of how you identify. Now, one thing I want to point out is your plan to, I guess, basically take back the hair care industry, right?
Yes.
Okay, bam. How profitable is that industry?
Isn't it by the billions or millions? Billions or millions? One of the two. Either way, it's up there. It ain't hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, I guess that it's probably up in the billions if we got like a $2.something trillion spending power, like collectively as a nation, or as a sub-nation within the nation. So I'm not opposed to that, right? Bam. Now, what else? What else can we dominate?
Baby, you could take over the whole fried chicken market in the whole goddamn country if you could get the people organized.
Period. Sure can. Because when you got white people on YouTube talking about they can take some chicken and said all of a sudden they're black, you sure can.
So, culinary, like food. Okay, cool. And you know what? That's definitely feasible. Now, what I'm thinking is, right, cornering the market. Because once we, regardless of how you identify, take over any industry, there's gonna be a lot of curveballs, a lot of obstacles, a lot of fucking hurdles to jump over, right? Defunding. A lot of shit gonna get defunded. I mean, shit, we see it up in our inner cities every day. I was just talking to somebody on Facebook within Minneapolis, right? Asking about why a lot of our inner city schools don't have the funding that these schools on the outskirts have, right? So we know why that is. So what I'm saying is, instead of just focusing on one, two, even a few, we got to focus on at least 10. Now, I could be exaggerating that number, right? But this is just how I see it. We got to focus on 10, because once one become compromised, then we got the other to fall back on. Once another become compromised, we got the other one to fall back on. Shit, we need to just even figure out a way to start creating industries in order for us, since we're so fucking far behind, in order for us to make a fucking wealth gap within at least like 2 generations. That's just how
Avo, you ever sit on a quarterly earnings call with a large hotel group talking to the bank that owns the mortgages? The point is, everybody's just working for the bank at the end of the day. So until Black America has their own bank, you can't have a conversation with yourself. So, again, I'm just saying that if you want to know the truth of the earth, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get, baby.
Glad he said that, because we actually do have a black bank. I wonder how many of us actually utilize it, though.
Well, then the problem is awareness. That's a big problem. So, and I ain't opposed to what he's saying. I actually agree, right? Because that was the key thing I was missing. But how did we even get to 1 second? Hold on.
What's it called? United One Bank? It's the largest black-owned bank. One United, not United One. One United. Anybody else got that somewhere? I think they got a couple in Atlanta. They got some up here in Boston. I don't know if anybody.
See, Black Power has to incorporate the political, the financial, the philosophical, every component of what makes Black America great. It's multi-diversified and extensive. You got to control the means of production. You got to control the communication. That's the biggest component, baby. Because the Federal Reserve and all these banks, they don't make nothing. They just communication distributors. It's all spam, baby. So if you got a black bank, you can now spam at scale, but you got to have relationships to get that money. And you got to report back to the bank and say, this is how we grew your money, baby.
Hey, damn, my bad. Where we left off at, because I had to talk to one of my coworkers.
Brother Steven's about to say something.
No, I was just saying that I had put some money into that black bank. Was it First United Bank or whatever it was? I went online. I put some money in there. But then they started all these fees. They charged me. And my initial principal was shrinking. But you know, it just seemed like there's a monthly charge, this charge, that charge. So I took my money out, put it back in the white bank, back in the one where they don't charge me anything. Sorry.
See, Brother Steven, you don't be giving things a chance. How long this One United Bank been around for? And don't it take a little time for them to build up and all that stuff?
Yeah, it's been around for a while. But, you know, it's a black banking name, but, you know, it's still controlled by white folks. Of course, the banking industry is controlled by white people, so they can't get around that. The regulation. But, you know, I always try to support black businesses. And I went down there, did that, but they weren't supporting me. They was ripping me off. That's what I thought. Black business. But, you know, good concept.
It's all about the experience, baby, the happening.
They were charging way too much,
Yeah, way too much. The fees were ridiculous.
That money sit in the bank. Like, I wasn't even doing nothing. I just put money in it just because it was a black bank. Like, I wasn't doing nothing with it, really.
I did the same thing. I did the black bank, I would put some money in here, and let me see what it do. You know, but if it didn't do anything, I would have been okay, but they started taking my money.
Same, I would have left it in there.
Yeah, but I'm taking my money.
Yeah, but Steven, look at it this way. It's just like Clubhouse. Some people get paid for content. Some people are the content. Some people don't get paid for their content. And some people will spend their whole life listening to content and never get paid for it. Hello?
As long as I ain't got to pay for the content, I'm cool though. Cause I don't like being content, so I don't even want to get paid for content. I just want to be entertained for free.
Absolutely. Well,
Why should we have to pay for content? Fuck that.
Be a part of the content that you like. You see what I'm saying? Like, pay for the content you would like to be a part of. That's all I'm trying to say.
I just want people to entertain me all day while I'm, you know, doing deliveries and shit like that.
Facts. Why do we gotta pay for that, man? Everybody wants money now. We related to the topic.
Yeah. He don't want to bank with a bank that charges him money. It's the same principle of content. Paying for it, getting it for free. Or there are people that get paid for their content. How the fuck does that miracle happen? Hello?
Yeah, commercial. But I don't care to get paid for content. You know? I don't care to get paid for. I don't want to make content. I just want to be entertained for so many hours. And then, you know, you niggas.
I get it, but that's saying, baby, because this app, the owners are getting paid for the content that we are creating for them right now. We are the field workers working for the white man in the White House on the plantation. This goddamn app is the new plantation.
Revolution universe. Let's get
The plantation, why do you still want? The plantation, why do you still want?
Because he's waking up the slaves. He's waking us up.
Oh, yeah.
Right, universe? You're waking us up.
Sounds like he's one of us.
He is one of us, but you know, in every slave plantation, there gotta be that one woke slave that wakes up everybody so we can revolt.
I mean, the slaves they don't have the opportunity to get paid. Y'all got the opportunity to get paid on here. Y'all just not utilizing it right. But let's relate what you're saying to like Baghdaddy. You just want to be entertained. That's most people's fucking problem, right? Not saying it's a problem with you. I'm not trying to attack you. I just want to, address what you're saying. Fuck my background level. Hold on.
Yeah, but can I just say this real quick? You know what I mean? I feel like nowadays in 2026, we want to get paid for everything. That's the fucking issue. Some things you don't deserve to get paid for. If you're talking about Clubhouse all day, why the fuck you need to get paid, man? Who the fuck are you, nigga? You don't need to get paid.
Well, if you
everyone wants to get paid now. What are you doing? Who are you?
If you're generating revenue for an app and you're not getting nothing from it, but they benefit off of you, then don't you think you should get paid? Like,
no. Go somewhere else. Go to Kick. Go to Twitch. Go to Play. Start your own brand. The problem is a lot of people on Clubhouse are anonymous. You don't actually have a fucking brand. Therefore, you should not be fucking paid. Who the fuck are you? Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You just chat.
You can take over the whole fried chicken market in the whole goddamn country and get the people organized.
If you really have the talent of creating content, then you will go on platforms and you could actually make money, like, for example, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, these places. And we're going to see what the market really values that. But the reality is
the whole fried chicken market in the whole goddamn country and get the people organized.
I mean, I haven't read that. Well, I got you, because there's a lot of things that should be getting paid for. It's not something but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he got his own platform. He utilizes his brand and putting it upon a app that he gets paid. And he putting across a couple of apps. Now, if you don't have a brand and you don't know how to capture people's attention, that's on you. But the opportunity is still there, right? Because the app itself pays you. Why shouldn't you get paid from an app that pays you and have the potential to be?
Because they tell you I don't want to pay you, so therefore you gotta leave the app. People gotta stop begging. It's like people who drive Uber and then they demand Uber to pay them. Nobody forced you to drive Uber. Nobody forced you to be on Clubhouse, right? That's the thing. You're supposed to come on Clubhouse and now you're demanding to get paid. No, fuck off. Go somewhere where you can get paid. That's how I look at it. Not everything you should be paid for, bro. Especially the content creators. They don't work for it. I mean, a lot of people are not talented to be a content creator.
So, Congress, can you put the Elon Musk is on that?
People don't be having talent to be getting paid for shit, but then again, there are some people that should be getting paid.
See, that's just not true. Everyone here who can speak English has the capability to actually get paid for intelligent communication. That means you have to open a book and read poetry. If you were to do that, it would actually liberate you personally, and you'd be transmitting very high-value conversation communication. Now, hold on one second. Listen to this. At this point in 2026, if you've been on this app for a few years, you have heard every conversation that could possibly be debated in every different way. There will be no new conversations on this app. Every second you spend here is 1 second lost to spam. There can be no new conversations. Admit it. Who here thinks there could be a new conversation that would pique their interest and say, God damn, that was a great conversation? No, everybody here has already heard every bullshit argument and debate that could possibly be had. So, if you want to bring something new into the communication, go get a poetry book, a good one. Go get a stoic meditation book, a good one. Get a good book and just read it on here to people. Because what's the fucking point? This app is like an audiobook. So the point is you have to create it. But the easy way to do it is to grab a book. Hello?
People don't want to read. They too lazy. That's the messed up thing, bro. People need to be reading, but shit, it's not convenient. Even if you do audiobooks, shit, I count that as reading. But
man, look, it's like this, bro. There's always gonna be new wars. There's always gonna be new things going on in society that we either disagree or agree with. There's always gonna be something to be talked about, new topics. Now, maybe you might hold the same premise that you always held to similar topics to these new topics, but it's always going to be something to talk about, bro. All I'm saying is that the app is giving out money, right, for those who do have the talent and do have the brain to capture a lot of people. Why not capitalize on it? That's all I was saying to Alpha before he left, because what he was saying to me didn't just make sense. He mad because motherfuckers is making money off of an app.
Well, there's two variables. There's the spectrum, which is what the app does, which is aggregating large numbers and selling the data to data brokers who then sell it to the government. And so this app is a surveillance capital app. And there's no ads here. And the gold coin feature here is bullshit. It's stupid. Now, ain't nobody here walked away with $200 yet from this stupid gold coin fucking marketing scheme, which nobody gives a shit about. Nobody gives a shit about Plus. Because nobody wants to pay for content. But everybody wants to get paid for content, but nobody getting paid for the content. That's why this app is the new plantation. Hello?
I mean, to be fair, though, I see what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but to be fair, I mean, it is fairly new. They just rolled this out.
Yeah, and I make enough money where I'm not looking to get paid off Clubhouse. I don't think I'm doing anything that fucking valuable. I don't think you niggas is doing anything valuable either. So, I'm just being entertained. And I know somebody's gonna get rich off it, probably the creators and the people who, spent the money and made the app and spent the time and cultivating it and promoting it, etc. And those are people who should get paid. But
look what you did, Avo. It's your fault.
Yeah, like
I'll take blame.
I don't care if people that much about get paid off this shit.
Thank you.
We were talking about the banking system, and I wanted to hear about that, right? Because I'm not too versed into banking. I'm not too versed into APRs and YPAs, all this extra shit. So you got
it's just game theory, baby. Meaning everybody has 2.5 billion seconds to live on average. How much did you get paid per second of your life? It's not per hour, per month, or per year, baby. You got 2.5 billion seconds to spend. How are you going to spend your billions? Hello?
It makes sense when you talk to me, bro, because I don't know what you're talking about.
That was as clear as it's going to get, Avo.
Okay, all right, look, try to, because I'm a little slow when it comes to this, right? Just bear with me, like explain it like as if I was the fifth grade.
Well, because I Googled how many hours, you live on average, and then I got the seconds, and it is about 2.5 billion. So everybody's born with 2.5 billion seconds to spend on average. It's like that movie with Justin Timberlake. So the thing about money is people think once you have everything you need, you actually don't need money anymore. And then you realize money is at a certain point, it stops being money and it becomes communication. And that's what the Federal Reserve and that's what the banks do. They don't make anything. They are recipients of information. They are upstream, and everybody else who borrows from the banks and has mortgages has to communicate with the bank and confirm the situation and make sure the payments are flowing. So anyways, I'm just trying to say that for everybody here personally, in terms of your experience or your happening, I have filled my house with books, and I could read to you poetry right now. You could play music. You could drink wine. You could have fun. This app, though, unfortunately, because of all the political polarization and spam communication, ruins your experience. You need to be Michael Jackson in this life. You need to try to play music. If you don't have musical instruments, save up the money, baby, and buy yourself a flute. So, and get a good book. Look at all the no's coming at me because you're like, no, this guy's whack. No, baby, I'm telling you the truth. Have some fun. Read a book, play some music, masturbate and go to sleep. And have yourself a cheese pizza and a burger and a beer. And grab yourself some titties. Hello?
That sound like a trip to the bathroom for real.
Hey, no, all in all, though, I kind of get what he's saying. So, look, I'm focused on the communication part. I'm focused on the communication part. Now, I kind of agree with that. You got to utilize your mouthpiece. Pause. You got to utilize that mouthpiece in order to.
Give them New Yorkers back they shit, Avo.
Pause. Nah, but for real, you got to utilize that mouthpiece to gain commerce, to gain income. I get that, right? But in relation to banking, that's what I was talking about. I get what you're saying all in all, but in relation to the banking.
Well, it's word control. If you have a complaint against white people controlling the banks, you're complaining that they control the definitions of words. And that's the truth of the earth. That's the law. He who determines what the word means is the one who controls the outcome of the situation. If you trans and you're trying to change into a different adjusted gross income and you want to get in the cum, well, my friends here on Clown House, this is your personal development moment and opportunity. You don't need to go to Harvard philosophy. You don't need to go to Brown law. You can pick up a book and just read it here on this app instead of listening to people talk for years. That audiobook sucks. You have to create your own audiobook if you want to change your situation. It's called using the brain to improve the brain. That's the value of the brain. Hello?
Damn, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, funny as hell, but nigga, you worse than these word science temple niggas, bro, because I don't understand what the fuck we
No lies detected.
Like, goddamn.
He didn't lie about nothing he said.
Nah, he probably did. I just don't understand him. How do y'all socialize?
I understood him.
Man, somebody make it plain to me, bro. Like, this
He sound like King 3.0.
Facts. He lost me at getting in the car. Like, man.
Because you was worried about the wrong shit over here, Mr. I want 100 motherfucking kids. You was worried about the wrong shit. You wasn't paying attention to the other shit.
Exactly. You had a core message and you guys are distracted, bro. That's the problem.
That's true, baby. If you're going to have a kid, that's going to take away from your opportunity for your brain to educate your brain. However, if you got a kid and you ain't reading a book to your kid, well, then you are stupid. The point is, a book is the liberation that you are looking for. Ain't no man, ain't no woman, ain't no horse, ain't no dog, ain't no cat, no chicken gonna give you the liberation that a goddamn book can. And if you think God can liberate you, well, where the fuck do you think God lives? He lives in a goddamn book. Hello?
Wow. I'm sure do the job. So, man talking like this. What's going on here?
That's just not true, man.
Wait, hold on. Our ancestors was working off the damn land and didn't know how to read a damn thing, bro. And they was striving. So what?
For intelligent communication. That means you can open a book.
Not all of ours, but
It was the argument.
The system of mathematics, the systematic system of astrology. No, we taught the fuck away man out of these. We gave the teach that out of it. What are you talking about?
Stephen, you gotta come closer to your. I don't know what.
What did you say, Stephen? I don't know what you said, but it sounded like you were cooking.
You know, I'm
just quickly say what you just said. I actually want to know.
our ancestors were scholars. From the University of Timbuktu.
University of Timbuktu?
So why does this guy Evo say give people can't read or some shit like that?
No, wait, hold on.
That is not what he said.
Yeah, I ain't talking about we all can't read. I'm talking about there was a lot of us back up in the pre 1900s. So a matter of fact, the pre 1950s that was working off the land and didn't know how to read. But yeah, my brother Stephen talking about Timbuktu, man. Those ain't your ancestors directly, brother. Like I get what you're saying.
Don't tell me what my answer is.
You right. No,
then I know.
I don't, because I really don't know, and you right. But that ain't all of us. Let's go.
I do know. That's I'm looking between me and you. So me, you have all of us. You have faith, and I have no yet.
No, Stephen, that's probably true for you, but I'm talking about a broad brush stroke. That's not true for all of us. You're right on your end. It's just not true for everybody. But look, that's a whole different topic, though. That's thousands of years ago. What I'm talking about is of recent, like the last.
But who's Timbuktu? I actually want to know what that is.
Hold on, Alpha. Let him finish.
No, I'm talking. Listen, let's go back to what Universe said, because he was cooking in a way, but I just need to understand what the fuck he's talking about. Y'all say that y'all understand. Tell me what the core of what he's talking about.
Well, let's start when he was talking about banks. What did you gather from when he was talking about banks? What did you hear him say?
Communication, and the flow of communication.
I would have to concur with that. What you about to say, Brother Stephen?
He's talking about everything in a book. Everything's in a book. I don't get it. But I don't know. Is this a black guy? It sounds like a white guy.
It's a white guy. He's been in here since we started the room, Brother Stephen, and we was actually engaging with him. King was engaging with him when we started the what was that? When King was asking the question about let's play white supremacy or something like that. Do you remember what he was saying then?
I was looking at the phone.
Okay, so he's been in here since then. We've been laughing and building with him since then.
I think go ahead. No,
I'm still at work.
He basically highlighted the importance of banks and how they basically control everything and how we need to get more involved in the banks, right? And I said that we actually do have a black-owned bank, right? And then he started to talk about, oh God, give me a second, brain fart.
Brother Stephen said that bank was charging him all kinds of bullshit fees. He said he dumped them motherfuckers. His experience sucked. His Google review was 1 star.
And when you mentioned reading books and stuff, Universe, can you reiterate what you said? Because I can understand the crazy shit. The others can't. I can understand it. Go ahead, say it again.
It's whether you read a book or you listen to an audiobook or you listen to Clubhouse, it's an experience. It's content. So you have to program your contentment. And if you want to change the game, you can't listen to Clubhouse. Clubhouse can't change the game for you. It's the same conversations repeated 1,000 times, 1,000 different ways. If you read a philosophy book, if you study Marcus Aurelius, if you study Epictetus, if you study Plato, if you study Aristotle, if you study Lao Tzu, 1,000 other different people, if you listen to those audiobooks, they're all on YouTube. That's the programming your brain really needs and the programming that you will enjoy, because you're basically increasing your large language model. You're, doing what the AI is doing. And the algorithm on this app, it's just like clickbait. It wants to emotionally charge you and gaslight you. And that's what you want. But you have to try to reverse engineer, your personal development. And so this app isn't going to give you what you really want.
What are you talking about?
Hello?
What did you hear him say that it's off? That's what I want to.
I'm just saying, look, you have.
All I hear is niggas saying is educate yourself. And
yeah.
educating yourself on an app full of folks that ain't, on this level, like this room, if they're not talking like how this room's talking, you know what I'm saying, then no more than likely 100 times out of 100, they ain't talking about shit. So what is wrong with someone telling you need to educate yourself? Because that's what I'm summing up from what he's saying. What did he say that was wrong?
He said, read a book, fucking listen to music, masturbate, and go to sleep.
Brother Stephen, that's what you translated it to? That's crazy.
That's what he said.
It's crazy.
That's what he said. I'm gonna think what the man said. Sounds crazy.
Bro, all I'm getting from this is we are the commerce that these banks capitalize on. That's kind of what I'm getting from what Universe talking about. On top of like the last part that he said, right? Go read a book now.
It's not like he's saying black people need to go read a book. Like I don't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know that video game? You ever play that video game where you got like the lightsabers or you got to hit the music notes and you're static, but the river is flowing at you? That's what life is like. We are all walking on a path of seconds. And so it's like you're playing a recording. And my point is, Clubhouse is basically an audiobook. But if you go listen to Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, a very good audiobook on YouTube, I can put the link in the chat, and you program yourself on that, and it's just an hour recording, that's the same thing as you playing that video game with the notes and the lightsaber, and you're basically, there's a flow coming at you, and it's up to you to determine what that flow is. That content really matters, and it is just education. And you don't need to go to a fucking college to educate yourself. You just have to program yourself on what's in the good books. But the last chapter says, in a word, be a saint, be good. If you are a good person, generally good things happen to you. If you're a bad person, guess what happens? Generally bad things happen to you. So be good, in a word.
Always triumphs. People always triumph. They're the mighty, they're the powerful, they're the wicked, they're the evil. Good, underrated. Hey, you want to get real power? If you want to get real power, you got to do evil. All that.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think it's we probably finna get off onto a whole nother topic, but I'm gonna say this and get out the way. Ain't nothing really like truly evil or truly good. You feel me? That's just based upon perception. Now, whatever your moral compass leads you to is wherever it leads you to. I get what Universe is saying. It's all about what's within. You could be a quote unquote good person, right? All your actions is good, but your intentions is fucked up. So that's what it is in life, right? But and vice versa. Now, relating this to what you're talking about, Universe, I kind of get what you're saying now with the whole, like Guitar Hero analogy where you got to press the buttons at the right time and you catch what you catch, right? The flow. I get that. But you were saying that, I get that with life, right? But you were saying that in relation to the banking as if it was like the answer to like the question that I asked.
Yeah, the banking is a part of liberation, but again, it's just a hierarchy of communication. And if you want to reverse, see, the whole thing deals with personal development. It's not about modifying your destiny or understanding interconnectivity between large organizations and the individual. I'm just trying to say that there are books. I'm going to put a link in the chat. Just listen to it. It's called the Tao Te Ching. Basically, it's a mystical journey book. And, your life is a journey. This app is part of that journey and experience. But what you listen to matters, because what you listen to is really what you are. You have two ears and one mouth. I'm just saying that there's a program that you can utilize, and I just put the link in the chat. It's a program. You could use the Bible. You could use you can use any book to try to optimize your situation in life. But the book that I just put in the chat, to me, is a very good one. It's from China.
Wait a minute. Go back to the banks. Go back to the banks. Because that's what he was asking. Go back to the bank's universe.
Yeah, the bank is the center of communication. That's all it is. That's what people don't understand. It's a communication center. It's an accounting center.
So what does that mean? Because I'm in accounting.
It means they're at the center. They're at the center. Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo.
So you're saying communicate with these banks, build relationships with these banks, just so we can get what it is. Is that what you're saying?
I think he's saying, I think to add to that, that the banks are the center of communication, global communication. That's what I'm taking away from it. The financing is the center of communication.
Okay. Now that when you say it like that, that makes sense to me. Because we do know without these banks, these motherfuckers can't bust no moves the way that they've been busting moves for real. These banks pay, for a lot of shit to move. Exactly. Yeah. So
they're the real wizards.
So he's saying have a relationship with these banks.
They're the real wizards.
Can I ask a question? To obtain true power, was that the statement that was made?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it was. No, I was going to say yes, it was, and then I was going to ask Kenny to show us where in history where that wasn't a factor.
Well, I was going to ask. So when you say true power, can you explain exactly what you mean by true power? Because you're saying that in order to get true power, not just general power, you're talking about it's a type of power that you feel like can only be obtained by doing evil. So I'm asking, what is true power? True power.
True power is love of the law. Stephen failed to fully explain it because you got to look at the word love and evil. They're intertwined. Evil is love backwards. Love is evil backwards. So Stephen just failed to mention a couple key words there. But his point is by destruction, by chaos, you can create. And that's the theory of destroying nations or terraforming. Through destruction comes birth and resurrection. That's the philosophical point. Hello?
Yeah, but I'm not understanding how that answers the question of what true power is. So I understand what love is, but I'm asking, what is true power?
Divide and conquer.
What is true power?
I think he summed it up just fine. But Brother Stephen, you still on the plantation?
True power is mass mind control. Meaning when Donald Trump at 2:30 in the morning says, I'm doing what no other president has ever done before. I am independently taking this country to war against Iran at 2:30 in the morning. That's true power. And when he has destroyed 100,000 soldiers, and so my point is, mind control is communication control, and that's the true power. Because all this money is irrelevant when you are yourself are a simple sheeple, and you will do as you are told. Hello?
Are you describing, when you say mind control, because I'm trying to, if you could be more precise with your words, when you say mind control, are you referring to political influence, or are you referring to actual enforcement power? So
hierarchical loyalty. Loyalty and hierarchy. Hello?
I could argue, Universe, that the individuals who are pulling on the strings of the puppet Donald Trump, the lobbyists, the bureaucratic sort of system that we have, are kind of pulling on his. So are you saying political influence?
No, historically, the true power players are the warlords. Hello? Can you repeat after me the word warlord?
Okay, so the enforcement arm. So you're saying the individuals who are who have power to kill, essentially, those are the ones that are in true power?
Technically, politically, yes. Unfortunately.
Okay, so would you agree that if we're looking at, so Hitler would have been an example of someone who had true power, right?
Any historical leader that has, notarization, as you just suggested, has a historical notoriety. But the point is, I don't know what your point is, Kenny, but the truth is love is the law. Hello?
I'm asking questions to press up against this worldview of true power. So you agree that Hitler, in fact, had this true power?
No. Stephen is making an all or nothing statement, and we all know that only Siths deal in all or nothing statements.
We can't speak for what Stephen says. We gotta let Stephen answer for Stephen.
I thought he was speaking for Stephen.
No, another man speaking for another man. I don't know about that. You gotta get your answer from Stephen. So right now you're getting your answer from Universe, and I'm just, for the sake of conversation, I agree with what Universe said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree either, but he's not necessarily answering the questions I'm asking, which is fine because it's not the proper. He didn't make the proper.
You originally asked what is true power.
Correct. I asked what was true power, and he gave me sort of a combination of answers, which is fine. Then I asked a follow-up question. I said, well, under
because true power is a combination of things.
Well, I understand that. That's why I related what he said, and I said, well, that. If that's what true power is, and I asked him a question: was Hitler an example of someone that had true power? And I didn't get an answer to that.
I mean, does Hitler check off a combination of things that you know?
Kenny, the point is, I know this is Clubhouse, and I know you want me to be polite to you, but I don't have to answer every question thrown at the universe, because I'm the universe. The universe decides what questions the universe wants to answer. I'm the oracle, baby. And as the oracle, I don't have to respond to every single question. Hello?
All right, so then universe, don't.
Yeah, don't answer. You don't have to come off.
That's easy. You can let somebody else answer.
Bro, this dude is hilarious.
He is. He's had us cracking up for the past hour, yo.
Damn, and I missed a lot of what was said, but Kenny, as far as your question about what is true power, I think like power, that's how you worded it.
Yeah, because I was trying to get to the bottom. Stephen said the only way for you to amass true power is to do evil, and I was asking him, well, what does he consider true power? Because it seems as if the argument rests on that. So, and really, I might even agree with him. That's why I'm asking questions, because I'm trying to debate with him. We might
dismantling governments, getting people to turn against their governments, getting them to flee from their countries to our countries, or vice versa, however which way it looks. Like this like, I don't know what more we can say on that for real.
So that because it all goes into.
Oh, he here now. He here. I want to hear my thing.
Well, I just gotta let me get in my car and let my Bluetooth. Give me a minute to let my Bluetooth catch up to me.
Get that Bluetooth together.
Hey, yo, chill out.
But yeah, I mean, that's some real powerful shit right there. When you can get, these different nations to turn on their own fucking government and come in. Go ahead, Donnie.
And that's political power right there. You got economic power. I mean, you got military power. Those are just three big forms of what we could say whatever it is, true power or total power that y'all was saying. And I believe all three of those were taken by force. So, that wasn't my original statement to start with. I believe that was Brother Stephen that was saying that. But in terms of the people who actually controlled those three vectors of power, they didn't take it by unanimous decision or democracy. They took it by force.
Right, which can be classified as quote unquote, as Brother Stephen said, evil.
Which all of what y'all just explained is influence. Is what I'm trying to get y'all to realize. Total power is influence. Now, what solidifies total power is execution of plan, but influence. Stephen, you there?
And how do you get influence? Through communication. And you have to remember always that every technological development of science ultimately creates communication technology. And this app right now, as you experience it, is the complete and total output of human ingenuity, creativity, scientific, electrical, technological innovation. But look what it is, communication. So true power always rests in who controls the levers of communication. And the censors are real. Censorship is so pervasive. There are topics you can't talk about. And so, anyways, hello?
Man, bro, you remind me of dude off of what's his name? Zero. Yeah, that's his name. You remind me of that dude Zero off San Andreas, bro.
Brother Steven, you there? You got your Bluetooth together, you got your Bluetooth. That's what I'm taking away from it. The center of the gaps come up.
I like to speak. Those are the struggle for power in the world. No matter what civilization. It's pure evil, pure violence. Some people gotta die in order to have peace. Some people gotta die in order for us to be powerful. Look how many people we're killing in the Gaza Strip. How many people we're killing in Ukraine? How many people we're killing in Iran? So, and this is all for power. This is all for world peace. He said they can't have a nuclear weapon. So in the name of power, in the name of peace, you gotta crack some eggs. And that's a simple fact. All right?
See, the problem with that is it doesn't give us any solution, and you didn't really make too many points. The point is, all wars are just funeral processions amongst spear chuckers. You ever see an old spear chucking war where they all run up and they chuck a spear at each other and run away?
No peace. You can't have no peace without war. The road to peace is war. You can't have it. It's impossible. So if war happens to be the largest money-making mechanism in the world, during war, we prosper. So, it's all about power. And power, you got to, like I said, there will be blood. There will be blood. Now, all the people Malcolm X told us, the only people who has a bloodless revolution is the Negro. We're the only ones that don't have a blood revolution. So I'm just saying that to say that on the world global stage, in order for us to be powerful, for any nation to be powerful, they must inflict evil, not good. Amen.
So when you say, I guess under that definition, if you have a nation that is fighting, for example, do you agree in something called just war? Can you have a just war?
You can justify war, but no war is just. When you're killing innocent women and children, how can that be just? But you can justify it.
What if you didn't intend to kill the women and children, but they died by effect? Like, for example, let's just say there's a war that's happening, and then there's a guy that has a bomb, and he takes that bomb to kill the enemy soldiers, but there were civilians that were in the area.
Kenny, it's like an abortion. It's like a late-term abortion.
Would you not consider that just in that instance?
No. Okay. When you join the army, you join the military forces. You're signing up to be a government-trained killer. They're not bringing you on board so that you can play checkers and fucking ping pong. No. They're training you to kill. And that's your killer. Because kind of evil.
Okay, so tell me this, Stephen. Why is killing wrong?
Kenny, when they perform an abortion, they don't mean to kill the baby. That's just part of the process. They don't want to kill a baby.
When you kill the innocent.
Yeah, but I'm asking you why.
If you kept playing from that, that's different.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question. If I'm a person, I believe that killing the innocent is a good thing. From my perspective, just because I believe it could be. Why would you tell me I'm wrong? Why is it wrong to kill the innocent?
Because common sense tells you that when you take innocent lives, this can't be right. I mean, where's your moral compass at?
Yeah, but
white people
stating your preference. So what's the argument that it's wrong? And the reason I'm doing this, Stephen, is not that I disagree.
I told you the reason it's wrong is because you take innocent lives.
I know, but that's circular. That's a circular. You're saying it's wrong because it's wrong. But I'm asking you, why is it wrong? When you give it, you're saying the circular reason of why it's wrong.
Kenny, you can just put it. You can put it in a formula. You know what a formula is?
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna give you the Google answer just for the sake of conversation. Killing is generally, keyword generally, considered wrong because it violates fundamental rights to life, anatomy, and causes irreversible harm. While widely condemned, ethical, legal, and philosophical, help me out. Philosophical, thank you. Debates exist, particularly regarding self-defense, capital punishment, and how the hell y'all pronounce this word? Euthanasia? I can't pronounce that. Euthanasia, so the E is silent. Okay, euthanasia, where justifications of life are argued in specific extreme circumstances.
Okay, so why it's wrong, Kenny, is this. It's an old philosophy. An eye for an eye leaves everyone blind.
So that would be...
I just want to finish. Eye for eye leaves everyone blind, meaning that they're going to kill each other. That means you as a species no longer exist. So you come up with social constructs to continue the ability for your species to exist.
Hello?
Down from a community level to an individual level.
Hello?
To exist. So therefore, if you want your project to exist, you're going to establish rules and standards that preserve the life of your progeny. And then eventually you expand those to the community as a whole. That is why it's wrong. Is because if everyone kills each other, there will not be a species anymore. It's just that simple.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I want to respond to that, man. No, that's. I'm gonna be out the way. Look, Sean, what you're saying, it definitely has some validity to it, but people kill to survive for the most part, right? So, like, Bernie, I think what we're talking about is indoctrination that we somehow had downloaded into our subconscious, which connects to our nervous system, right? Our moral compass, right? So, which we now believe that it is wrong to kill, but yet we will all sit around, eat burgers, chickens, fucking lamb chops, goddamn just all type of animals that was already killed and not feel nothing from it. Why? Because I mean it's not innately it's not wrong to kill. It's just that you've been told that it's wrong from the very beginning, so you adopted it to your subconscious. But go ahead, Ken.
Listen, Sean is correct, but the thing is, Sean's disregarding country status and borders and friction. The problems that we have on Clubhouse is the same friction that countries have with countries. It's no different. It's microcosm and the macrocosm. Hello?
Well, I'll ask you this question, Universe. So was the Revolutionary War good or bad?
The problem with that question is that the Revolutionary War is now. It is a compression of the past and a compression of the future into the NOW. Hello?
No obfuscating. I'm talking about the Revolutionary War that led to the creation of this country.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now that people think the Constitution was written in whatever year, but the fact of the matter is it only applies to now. That means it's written right now. The Declaration of Independence is right now, baby. Hello?
No, you're obfuscating. I asked you about a very specific point in history because I'm trying.
I get it, Sean, but baby, I'm an oracle. It don't matter how many times you ask the universe. The universe ain't gonna respond to every question, baby.
You know what? Universe. Chill. You gotta chill. You gotta chill, Papa.
You're not gonna answer my question.
No, Sean, can you do me a favor, honey? Can you please reiterate your question? And we're gonna have to either. Did you want him to answer, or you want somebody else to answer?
No, I wanted him to answer it in a real context of history, because he's talking about people don't read, and so bring it to the forefront about the birth of this nation. So let's talk about it from a moralistic standpoint. I asked a very specific question. Was the Revolution War...
Birth and death are inseparable, baby.
You're going to still speak over me.
Because Universe, stop doing that, or I'm going to have to put you down, honey. Let her get it out, please.
Well, I die by getting kicked all the time. I don't mind getting kicked. Kick me.
I'm going to interrupt because you know what? He doesn't want to answer.
No, he's trolling you.
He's trolling.
He's trolling. Don't
exactly.
Can I control?
Fucking motherfucker!
Sean, I want to hear your question out.
You get booted, Kitover. You just don't know how to act on the stage. Now you're back in the group.
Right. I do want you to
Get over in the goo, baby.
I'm multitasking.
Gonna come with some income.
So can you reiterate
that? In the goo.
Yeah, because it's important when we're talking about killing and right and wrong. So the birth of this nation started with the Revolutionary War. So my question to him was, especially a person who's always cited books, things that were written in the past. Because
they're experienced in the now.
In the past, because it has to be mass produced. So I asked, my question was, is that right? Was that right or wrong? Was the Revolutionary War right or wrong?
I feel like we're trying to get a factual outcome from something that's only perception based.
And also, I want to kind of undermine Sean's answer to my question earlier. Sean, your argument essentially on...
If you're going to undermine me, don't tell me you're going to undermine me. Just undermine.
Preference. Your argument was essentially humans prefer to survive. Killing basically frustrates that preference. Therefore, killing is wrong. And that's sort of a preferential utilitarianism, and that doesn't necessarily satisfy what of non-killing generate a moral obligation. For example, if I were to say I prefer for everyone in this room to be silent, and then you would just say I prefer for everyone to speak, neither of those produce what's called a moral ought, meaning that everyone ought to do it, because it's preference based. So even though I understand the logic, by the same logic, I could say, well, I prefer for society not to survive, and I want to kill everybody, and you would have no moral argument under that utilitarianism view to.
You're missing the point of what I'm talking about, the biological impairment.
I think I'm completely starving.
I think the first reporter was the first one to report about the missing.
Yeah, I don't hear Monica at all.
What? Okay.
I think we need a new room. I think it's just time to go in this room. It's too old.
Let's go. Let me do it.
Okay.
Unlike many others, my dad's job kept us on the move. Moved a lot.
From what Joe B told me about him and his cryptography for 30 plus years? I think is what he says.
Cryptologist, yep.
And then you followed in his footsteps, dude. That's, and then you have your brother to do the same thing.
Active duty. I mean, engine was in a Desert Storm.
Never mind, I won't make up the point.
I don't know what it's running a supply.
Dude, but it's all one team, one fight. Nobody can get it all done by themselves.
The instantiation of that metaphysical.
Hold on, let me write this down. So say it again. I want to make sure I got this right.
The claim of having grounded, consistent moral values in the world, in the Christian worldview, the theist worldview, for the most part.
Wait, the Christian or the theist worldview? Like the Hindu worldview?
Is itself an instantiation of that metaphysical grounding.
So you said a bunch of nothing. Are you ready to say something substantive now?
I mean, did you have a pushback for what I said?
Well, I want you to say something substantive that's worth writing down. I have my pencil in hand, but I haven't written it.
So then, what can I say that would be substantive for you to write down?
I want to know what you mean by metaphysical grounding.
Metaphysical grounding is that which is non-physical, that is unchanging throughout eternity.
Okay, unchanging throughout eternity and not physical, right? So it doesn't involve physical things?
Correct.
Okay, so it doesn't involve human minds or anything?
No, it wouldn't. It involves a mind, otherwise it wouldn't be grounded.
Wait. It does or doesn't?
It would have to be.
So it would be a non-physical thing that involves physical things. Okay, hold on, let me write that down. Okay, what else?
And that's why you look grounded.
Okay, so far I think we're all clear now. Thank you for explaining. That was perfectly clear. I've learned so much. Thanks, Rico, for having this topic.
Yeah, so if your position is that you reject my metaphysical grounding, intellectual values of human experience, love, compassion, hatred, anger, that which is good or bad in a sense. If you reject that, then what you would have to account for is the reasoning by which you are making that conclusion. And then, on top of that, you would have to give a grounding for the monetary the reasoning that you use to arrive at that conclusion. And without a God-like metaphysical entity to ground it on, you're left to observe it, because it ultimately self-refutes. In other words, you'd be affirming that which undermines the very foundations on which you're building your current.
We're at McDonald's.
Do you have a word for position? Good job. Okay, cool. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Cringe Tonight. You have been very enlightening today. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else you wanted to clarify?
I was just answering your questions.
Okay, cool. I think it's clear to everyone. I'm sure that Daniel can come up and steel man you. I'm sure Nadia has a lot to follow up with. I'll bet you Hard Paul can totally steel man you, and it's going to match. I'm sure Regal can say a bunch of bullshit too. So let's listen to Regal yarn.
Hey, so nice
Go ahead, Regal. It's your turn. Regal, go ahead. That's between you two.
You wanted to call out Crimson.
I love how
you wanted
friendly
to have a
Honey is.
discussion with them. You guys can interlock and do that.
Oh, we've done that. We've locked horns, and now I'm separating myself because it's time to shed that. And I welcome you now, so you guys can talk. Why don't you guys clear up? Do you have any disagreements with Crimson on that, or are you on board?
Bored with what?
That's what I was wondering. What the fuck is he talking about? Can you steel man him, please?
Well, do you know what you want to know? Is there something you're curious about? Because that's where the starting point was, and it seemed like you had a lot of questions to ask.
Well, yeah. Can I ask you some more questions?
Sure. Ask away.
Do you think that are you a Trinitarian by chance, Regal?
Yes, I'm a Trinitarian.
Are all three of those beings omniscient?
What do you mean, all three of those beings? What do you mean by that?
Well, I've heard that the Trinity are three beings, but one entity.
Where'd you hear that from?
Oh, well, can you just say here? How about this? Let's just keep it really simple. Can you explain the Trinity to me so I know what you mean?
So the Trinity, especially
I didn't want to talk, but now he's butting into our time. Don't you think that's a little bit rude?
Okay.
Why don't you mute up while you finish your quesadilla? Come on.
So when we refer to the persons in the Trinity, we're referring to who God is, how God reveals himself. So if you've heard that there are three persons, it's not the person in a sense of a being, an individual in that sense. It's the concept of how God reveals himself, who God is. So if you've heard that from somebody else, I'm assuming you probably heard this from Muslims, they tend to conflate the who God is with how God is. So they have Tawheed. So they explain God through essence and attribute distinctions. They don't have a...
Why are you talking about what other people say?
They don't have a distinct category for who God is.
I hope that answers
your question.
Not what other people say.
Did that answer your question, Naja?
I'm trying to get a straight answer from you. What are divinity? Please explain.
I just did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard you talk about what other people said.
So let's be clear here. The essence is God. That's what we're pointing to when we talk about the persons.
Which persons?
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay. Are those the Bosnians from the missing persons? Is that what you mean? Like walking in LA? That kind of stuff?
The fuck does that mean?
Gentlemen, Regal, I know this is new management, but put me in the queue. I know the honey show is exhausting sometimes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. You're in the queue. So, Honey Badger, I hope that clarifies that. I have explained that to you. Do you have any further questions?
No, I'm totally up to speed now with what the Trinity is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, cool. So now you know the difference between Tawheed and Trinity. They're both two things in common. The only thing that Tawheed doesn't have is the who God is. And when I ask a Muslim, who is God, they have no means of explaining that whatsoever. And I dare you to ask them one of these days, who is Allah? And they'll defer to the essence and the attributes of God, but they won't explain who God is. So when we explain who God is, we explain the factor that God revealed himself to Adam, Moses, Abraham, in a personal way. So they don't have that in Islam because the way God is revealed is through a person, for an example, coming from God. He sends Gabriel. So then that Gabriel tells Muhammad what he tells him. So there's no who God is on that basis.
Okay. So who is God to you?
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Are they all omniscient?
Yes.
So they don't talk about anything?
Well, that's how you know that they're not a solipsist. That's how you know God's not a solipsist.
God's not a solipsist?
That's right, because he can know himself.
Interesting. That's really cool information. That was really informative too. Thank you.
Yeah, the Muslim God is a solipsist, though.
See, what's interesting about this conversation is not so much about what we're learning from Regal, but the fact that Honey thinks he's being funny, and he's also making fun of somebody. And it's funny that some people probably aren't in on the inside joke. Am I correct? Hello?
Hello? I fucking love it, dude. Just, like, you can be here, man. Just don't do much. Hello?
Well, I have a question for you. I'm looking at a sentence here. It says, a life of greater joy, power, and satisfaction awaits those who consciously design their life. Do you think Christians are trying to consciously, design their life?
Yes. What do you mean? Consciously design their life.
Meaning that you take the book known as the New Testament, and then you use that book to consciously design your life. Hello?
What if? Well, I mean, no. You would have to say that the design is dependent on the New Testament. So, I mean, maybe there's some truth to that on Protestantism. They're just taking the blueprint and designing something new, but I wouldn't say that for Catholic or Orthodox, though.
That's cool, Regal. Yeah, no doubt, man. So are you interested in becoming a member or a catechumen, Honey Badger?
I'll tell you something interesting that I learned. I learned that Miley Cyrus did a cover of Blondie's Heart of Glass, and it's fucking rocking, dude.
Rabono Shalom. New management is here, so all stupid communication will be eliminated. And honey, you can see how stupid that statement is compared to an interesting, introspective conversation about our Lord and King Jesus Christ. You're failing to see the finer things of Christianity, honey. You're just verbose and vulgar and crude and immature. Grow up, young man. Hello?
I'm sorry, man. That's just fun.
I think people like Paul Rags to Riches, I don't know if you're familiar with him, John Kitover, but he's consciously designing his life through Scripture and Christ. Do you agree?
I'm not sure who that is that you're talking about, but I have somebody in my other room.
Just entered the room and he left really fast as soon as I mentioned him. So.
Oh. Well, anyways, listen, I want to just ask Regal, can I read a poem for 60 seconds? Hello?
Can you try to sum it up in about 30?
Yeah, I can do 30 seconds.
Take a fresh 45 seconds, bro.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's Regal's room. We'll do 30 seconds.
There are other people here. I don't know if other people want to listen to this.
It's very quick. 30 seconds is fast because you guys could be here for hours, and 30 seconds of multiple hours is nothing. Okay, everybody just take a deep breath. The creative desire. The Oriental tradition sees in desire the beginning of the universe. This card is an invitation to not complicate life, accept the desire. It is unnecessary to fight against sexuality. Any repression puts you in struggle against yourself, and you realize that you need all your energy. The card signifies that you are in harmony with the creative power of the universe. Number 2, receptiveness. This card is a sign of a strong yin presence, that of receptivity in your life. Observe how it governs your life. What are the implications and what ensues? The creative force in you is settling and acquiring form. 3, the initial difficulty. An invitation to not reduce the other to an object, nor to sell yourself in the name of love, but rather to open up to the freedom in which love can exist. So my question to you, Honey Badger, is what do you fail to see in Christianity doesn't deal with the biggest topics of your own personal life, like love? Hello?
I don't know, but I like what you read. I mean, that's better than anything I've heard from Christianity.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I can continue to read, or we can continue to have R-word conversations about Miley Cyrus. It's your choice.
Hey, I just thought that 2020 performance of hers where she's wearing that black dress and they're freaking rocking on stage. I don't know what event it was, but I was actually surprised and impressed. It was pretty badass.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not really into all that. I'm actually into music, not like beats and loops and studio.
Yeah, like I said, it was a rock and roll grungy version of Heart of Glass by Blondie, which is typically like this 80s disco feel, and it was fucking killer, and I was actually impressed.
I mean, yeah, sometimes musicians come out with the covers and singles and shit, but how come she can't make her own music? Why does she have to, why do all the all the current existing, like, young people of today want to parasite off of what came before and then completely erase the culture? It's like, back in the 1990s,
everybody was coming together and making the world a better place. Everybody was trying to stop pollution. Everybody was getting together and getting along. And then in 2012 up to 2016, all of a sudden, it's all feminism returning, it's Black Lives Matter returning, it's all this fucking racist nonsense returning when all that shit's been defeated already. So they want to take the previous culture, erase it, and then say, hey, we're dealing with this problem all over again when it was already fucking solved.
Well, what's interesting is in 2 Corinthians 3:5, it says, it is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. So, Honey, Regal, when we say our qualification comes from God, is that political? Is that a frame that immediately, dispositions someone else? Hello?
I would ask Billy Corgan, Regal, about that, and his take on it that I saw in an interview was that the mass media started getting rid of rockers and bringing in even more pop shit. So I would recommend listening to the lead singer and head guy for Smashing Pumpkins to get some of that information you were just asking about.
I love him.
Yeah, Pumpkins rip.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there are a lot of big. I mean, this even comes down to like not only music, but this also comes down to films. It's like they want to erase the previous generation that made all these wonderful films and used practical effects. And now we get a bunch of shit fucking movies. And I mean the CGI they use, it costs thousands of dollars, but it's not better than practical effects. It's amazing.
Well, it's not better than practical effect, but it's much more cost effective. You do know why they're doing that, right, Regal? It's to cut back on costs. New management is here. Hello?
Yeah, I get it. The old generation that tried harder, that made better, whether it's like graphic art or visual or audible art. And it's like, well, let's erase that, copy it, paste it over here, and then say, I did that when they didn't.
Well, it's times like these that I think about Philippians 4:6. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. See, honey, it's all the same thing. Whatever program I deliver to you, you're going to like. Because honestly, it's the way in which I deliver it, and it's the content of the message itself that matters. And the truth is, new management is here. So everybody's got to start coming into office on time. And you can't take more than a 30-minute lunch break. And at 5 o'clock, you got to leave. There's no overtime, baby. Hello?
I love the performance. It's very theatrical.
You guys can resume the discussion. I mean, you guys can walk around wherever you want. Just throw it on the fucking table. And
Eagles, how are you doing?
Nothing but gumdrops and ice cream here. I'm just basically prepping dinner for later.
Yeah? I don't know what I'm making. Pretty much ate all the food in my house this morning because I've been quitting smoking, so.
Did you have any bagels and cream cheese?
Oh, bagels and cream cheese.
Technically a bagel with cream cheese is really just a pizza.
No. We're not going to have their hot dogs and sandwich discussion in this group.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. I found a treasure box, okay? And
What's it called? Is it called the Bible?
Nah, not necessarily.
Well, how do you know it's a treasure box then?
Because there's gold there.
Look into the box before you open it.
Because it's a treasure box, you know what I mean? And literally under it, it's an X. So, what do you expect?
It can contain really anything, right?
Yeah, but I'm 100% sure.
What if someone
Ooh.
It's a treasure. Now, millennial.
Old and young bitches together? Oh yeah, that shit is fire, nigga. Like when you got like a bitch, that shit, them bitches be bad as hell with the fire old bitch. Oh hell yeah, nigga. The old white bitch.
This guy suffers from sex addiction.
Shout out to
He's a sex addict. You're a sex addict, Scott Starscream. So you're a sex addict. You need help.
I ain't gonna lie to you, gang. I'm gonna keep it real with you. With Shorty, from being young and dealing with grown women and shit, when they open my mind to it, that's why I ain't gonna lie. Having a woman that lets you access her body however you want is like it's spoiling you, like cause like a
Hello?
lot of women, after I started fucking with grown women.
Man, nobody wants to hear about how you stick your dick in a woman's asshole, man. What the fuck is this point of this conversation, baby? The fuck?
You went up there. Check for an example.
You know, it's times like these that I think of Psalms 13:15. I trust in your unfailing love. My heart rejoices in your salvation.
Sorry, John. You gotta take a break for a little bit, dude. I do appreciate you, though. I do like having you here. So what's up, Nargis?
Nothing much. Just reading up some.
What happened last night? Like, were you guys like really intolerant of like, you know, my dogmatic notations on Catholicism? Because I sit there and listen to all of you guys for hours on end without speaking. And it's like none of you guys seem to.
Nobody wants to listen to me, but I have to listen to you.
You just want to like pop in and out here and there and just pick and choose your beliefs. So it's like when I have it back home, it's like, well, my
Control freak Regal.
look at this dogmatically in this way. Why does everybody have an issue with that?
The backbone was a bit too stiff for us.
Oh, you got too stiff of a backbone.
It's not valuable.
Damn, Regal time. Time to roast the Regal. I'm giving you Jerry, Suzuka. I'm giving you Suzuka.
Right, and the second that I don't want Hanzo in here doing his stupid Muhammad rhetoric stuff, and I'm like, you know, this whole Christ died on the cross thing, it never happened. It just, God made it look like it to appear that way. I don't like that narrative, and it's insulting to my religion, and that's okay. So I can't kick him out.
That was not the topic. The topic was like, you were denying reality.
No, I kicked him out of here, right? And all of my friends that I thought were my friends that hang out with me, that I give this room charity to, were my friends. And they all just ditched me last night because they want to be intolerant and bigoted to me, when I'm not bigoted to anybody else.
Well, this is sounding a bit emotional for me right now.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm fine. I sat in this room by myself. No problem at all. Like, you guys can leave anytime you want.
Yeah, so we did.
Don't have this like expectation of like charitability. I'm not getting it the same way.
I don't think anyone expects charity because we didn't come here for charity.
Charity club.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to peel my ass cheeks apart and let Muhammad like fuck me? Is that what you want?
I think it would be a nice experience if you had like.
Okay, well, it's never gonna happen. Like, I'm sorry, I apologize. Like, it's just never gonna happen. And that dude's a fraud.
You're using an argument that never happened and never existed.
Yeah, here's the argument. The argument is how does the infancy gospel of Thomas end up in the Quran if Muhammad himself was not a plagiarist?
Topic. We were speaking about Caleb is here actually. Caleb, are you here? This is being completely twisted around
John.
Are you going to explain that to me, or like not?
This is not what we spoke about. And I think you use it.
So Muhammad plagiarizes the infancy gospel of Thomas, which is a forgery, and that ends up in the Quran, and then Muhammad repeats it. Does it make sense to you that Muhammad copied that from somewhere, that he didn't get it from God? That's the argument.
May I please remind you that most of the myths and legends you have in also come from sources prior.
All right, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in the Muslim tap dancing, the what about this instead, the what about your Bible. Like, if you want to answer the question and accept the challenge and actually, like, explain it, like, accept the challenge, you know what I mean? Muhammad got this, like, infancy gospel of Thomas. Okay, he repeated it and ended up in the Quran. Reconcile that. That's the challenge. If you don't want to do the challenge, then, you know, it's okay. We can talk about something else. How you doing, Congress?
Sure want to be dialogue.
What's that?
You know what you ever dialogue with Hans, Shizu?
No, I get it. Like, I didn't really feel like sitting there for, like, you know, 10 to 15 minutes letting the guy monologue, and then it's like, I get 3 seconds to answer his monologue, and then, you know, then he wants to go off on a diatribe for another 5 minutes. So, yeah, I agree with you. Not into it. Good reason for that. So, how are you doing today, Converse?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just getting some work done. What's up? What's been going on? You guys had some conversations in here that were interesting, yeah?
Yeah, we had the honey badger in here. He's you know, he's being his same old self.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. That was actually pretty fun, because you just really come to the discovery that he doesn't really have anything much interesting to offer as far as dialogue is concerned. You know, he's got more questions, no answers, that type of thing.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the game, sure.
Right, everybody likes to play the game on here. We had, I don't know, I think there's this up-and-coming debate on,
Trolls bad. Like, when I say I trolls bad, like, to the point to where it's like I be calling one-legged bitch, and I be like, so what? Now I unscrew this motherfucker and I hung this bitch at your motherfucking head.
Hey girl, this room's being recorded by the Alistair guy, so kick him out, please. That is John Kitover, he records rooms. Okay.
I do not consent with being recorded.
You gotta remove him, so I'll put you on YouTube, Pandora, everything, so I'll get him out.
Pandora.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more into this nature from the following books, which are intended as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature.
And then that's not so cool. It's the drinking. Liberté! Liberté!
City lights are glowing midwest. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cutting gold, lit from shimmering smoke. Dreaming of a better day, just let me go. Yeah, let me go. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. Always will chase every day. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every day will lead. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts. A promise we keep. This wind of change serenade. Rising so deep. Rising so deep. Makes sunshine every skyline light. Dreams of every bar, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line, and the wind on my face feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead. All these rough chains serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every name voices rising strong and bold. Stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts. A promise we keep. This wind O children of the sun, the councils of the brotherhood have assembled to be with you in this hour of the reckoning. As men reckon time and space, so the law itself, embodied in the person of the lawgiver, does reckon as one who measures with the rod those who are in the inner temple and those who are in the outer court. Our God is a consuming fire of love. So is his law manifest, as above, so below. Understand then the equation of life and of crisis within life as the crossroads of time and space bring before the world community both opportunity and decision. Understand that the law is impersonal, yet most personal in its application. Those who are one with the consuming fire are drawn of the Holy Spirit. The pillar of fire that leads the children of Israel and nations unto the promised land of the abundant life. There are forces set in motion upon Earth today, which can only be checked by counter forces of light. Light that must always be embodied within you, our representatives. Understand that miracles are wrought by God through instruments such as ascended masters and angels, such as embodied devotees, those who form the connecting link of light, those who keep
Hello?
Hello.
Is this the room for nice and friendly people?
It is. What is? Yes, it is.
Joy! I finally found a room on Clubhouse that isn't toxic.
You found a room.
Thank you, Mario. I'm so happy to be here with such nice and friendly people.
Glad to have you here, universe.
Thank you, Mario. Listen to this.
the currents flowing in the heart of the earth. Understand then that inasmuch as the lawgiver is the law, there is no abrogation of cosmic law in deference to this or that person who may be beloved of God, yet who stubbornly remains outside of the geometry of that law. God loves himself in every part of life. Every child of his heart is beloved, and all that has proceeded forth from him, even energy itself, contains the very magnet of his love, whereby that substance, that will, that force, that energy, and that very mind will ultimately return to him. Now then, there are individuals today, through ignorance, through manipulation, who are aligned with force fields, completely outside of the nucleus of God's law, God's economy, God's abundant life, and God's own reality. When the Lord God intensifies the sacred fire in the midst of the people Israel, and the whirlwind begins to accelerate, you must understand that only those who are aligned with the law, that is the consuming fire, remain within the vortex of reality. Those who are unaligned or misaligned.
So this is like some crazy chick from 1979 who had some kind of cult called Camelot, and it's this Ascended Masters teachings on YouTube. And they released it 21 hours ago. It's very crazy. It's like super cultish, but the setting is pretty beautiful. But this chick is like really far out there. Hello?
Hello?
Those who remain at the periphery of life itself are thrown off by the very force itself from the whirling action of the sacred fire. These are laws that have ever been at work in the matter spheres. If they were to be violated by the Lord for one or for another, then the entire system of universal law would break down, and those who have abrogated the law and worshiped the lesser self in place of the greater self could then find passageway into the very midst of the garden and the tree of life. You must understand then that the hour of reckoning is the hour of summoning your own God consciousness, your own will to be, your own centeredness in the mother flame. Great wisdom comes from understanding what can be changed lawfully by cosmic law and by the intercession of miracles of grace through individual life streams. And then again, wisdom is to assess what cannot be changed because the majority of the people have aligned their free will with the non-aligned energies of the mass consciousness. Thus, free will is ever preserved, for without free will, there is no evolution, there is no continuity of being, there is no experiment in the great laboratory of time and space. When free will is withdrawn, time and space collapse. Yes, I said, when free will is withdrawn, time and space collapse. Time and space themselves are the manifestation of the free will of the Creator within the creation. They are verily coordinates of universal creativity. Thus, should the Lord God determine to enter the mainstream of life in violation of free will, that free will would be withdrawn, and therefore the entire opportunity for the law of transcendence to be outpictured within the individual. This law of transcendence decrees that every individual manifestation of the Godhead has the divine right to transcend himself. Understand the meaning of this, that the spiraling flame within you, God ordained, has the right to spiral higher each day, and the soul has the right to decide to identify with that spiral, to become the spiral, and therefore to transcend the former state. This law of transcendence is the very foundation of life, of evolution, of expansion within an expanding universal God consciousness. You will note how the fallen ones have attempted to deprive the children of the light from self-transcendence. Once you have sinned, they will nail you to the cross of sin. Whatever you have ever done, in whatsoever embodiment, they will call forth the record and nail you to the cross of that record long after you have repented and advanced to heights of virtue. The crucifixion is not the nailing of the individual to the cross of individual sin. It is the cosmic cross of white fire that is the foundation of the initiation of that crucifixion. And through that cross of white fire, Alpha and Omega, lo, they impart to you the light of God consciousness to transmute bodily within your temple, planetary karma, personal karma, and to hold the balance in the hour of transition. The crucifixion is the fastening of the soul to the cosmic cross of white fire. It is the great privilege of having access to the line of Alpha and Omega, whereby freedom in time and space is indeed sustained. Therefore, you can understand that the crucifixion itself is the means whereby the soul transcends itself into higher dimensions, namely into the great spherical being of the Godhead. This is liberty. This is the fiery core of the torch of liberty. Of light. That must always embody and embody within the very path of our representatives. And to use sin and the sense of sin, struggle and the joy of God realization through initiation. Therefore, the law of transcendence decrees that those who will to be and to accelerate life must be given the opportunity to do so. And those who exercise free will to confirm and affirm the nefarious deeds of the fallen ones and their manipulations of life upon earth, and their exercise of free will, so that ultimately they may make the decision to bind the spoiler within the temple of life. Free will, then, is the supreme opportunity to learn. Learning itself is a most necessary experience for evolving souls. Therefore, the Karmic Board looks upon the evolutions of Earth and of the land of America, and our decisions must effect each individual and groups of individuals who fall necessarily into the categories ordained by their own expression of free will. The free will to misqualify energy in certain areas results in individuals aligning themselves with all others who so misqualify energy. This is the understanding of the law that like attracts like. Thus you find yourselves in the company of light bearers of a certain dimension and understanding. This is the definition of your community, representing the Great White Brotherhood. Now we look at a nation, and we look at the crossroads. The crossroads for some represents the cosmic cross of white fire and the supreme moment of self-transcendence. There is no law that is written in heaven or on earth that says you may not pass through the fiery crucifixion and emerge walking the earth in the full power of the resurrection spirit. There is no law that has decreed the death either of the soul or of the physical temple simply because you pass through the crucifixion. And therefore, life, reborn, resurrected, charged with that flame of mother of pearl, is the result of your submission to the path and gives to you a net gain of life and light with which to infuse the decay and the dying of society itself, yea, even of the dream of Saint Germain for America. How the clouds of greed, of hate and hate creation have distorted and covered over the dream for so many. So few have the vision, and those who do have so little understanding of the implementation of the vision. Therefore we come, that you will understand that God has set you aside as a peculiar people, It is not only the people of the world who think you peculiar, but the angels and the ascended masters also know that you are a most peculiar people, willing to have the full power of the Holy Ghost flow through you in the spoken word, in your affirmations that have an unending chain of life, all of their own, proceeding from the heart of the mother, where all invocations gather. This chain leads to the very heart of Alpha. It is forged and won by every prayer, every dynamic decree. And the calls of keepers of the flame are that certain frequency of light, charged by the Holy Ghost, the Father and the Son, united as one through the mother flame. This chain of light is a two-way street, a cord of love. It is the opening of the way of life descending. It becomes the umbilical cord of the earth itself, whereby the child in gestation, not yet even born, is nourished with life. And all of you collectively give birth, ultimately, as it is God's will, to that universal man-child within the planetary body as the Christ consciousness of the few and hopefully the many. Thus, the lifeline of energy, sustained by those who have never lost the memory of the word of Sanat Kumara, is ever the hope of the karmic board, and therefore we come in our concern that this lifeline be not cut inadvertently by any force whatsoever, most especially not by the ignorance or the absence of preparedness or readiness by the children of God. We have proceeded upon a course of parallel line in the past 7 years. We have determined that this company of light bearers should be prepared for survival in the octaves of matter, no matter what the conditions of change or turbulence or transition upon earth. We have also determined that simultaneously with this preparation, there should continue a program of mass education of the people who have ears to hear the teachings of the Brotherhood, and whose fears, transmuted by the violet flame, no longer impede their preparation to know the truth, to face the truth, and to know all of the consequences waiting on the very threshold of precipitation in this octave. Thus, 7 years are drawing to a close, which mark the anniversary of the ascension of beloved Lanello. This has been a 7-year opportunity for the expansion of the message. Each 7-year cycle contains within itself a certain seed matrix of the cosmic Christ, born by the Chilas. Therefore, the Lords of Karma look to the conclusion of this cycle on February 26th, 1980, as the moment when we will know the harvest and the results of our experiments, with a release of illumination's flame, with abundant joy of freedom. Many students have come and gone through the halls of Summit University. Some are pillars of fire in our teaching centers and study groups, and others are situated throughout the earth as real and living keepers of the flame. Upon some, the seed of the sower has fallen as upon the rock, and they themselves have not assimilated the seed, and therefore they have gone their separate ways. It is our consideration that many more who could have accepted the full effulgent light of our torch should have done so, but have not. Therefore, the balance of light in the earth is precarious. Therefore, while we pursue the posture of conversion and preaching to the nations, we desire to confirm within our very midst a strong center, a viable center to this community, a center that would be the refuge of light bearers, a spiritual refuge, and even a material refuge. Therefore, we look to the concentration of light and to the God consciousness of the ascended masters expressed through the leadership of our activity to provide the ways and means for the light of the torch we have placed to be maintained, the concern for the continuity of life and the open door of the avatars, the concern for the safety of the word itself and the vehicle of the word, beginning but not ending with the messenger. For each one of you as Chila is a vehicle of the word and its understanding. Therefore, our care, our love, and our concern for you remains infinite. For each one of you who ventures forth into the world today, our angels, our monitors are present. We watch and we keep the watch as we send guardian angels to all those who have determined to stand with the light. We consider your courage, your God determination, and your own love to assist your brothers and sisters upon earth. Therefore, we have not left you comfortless, nor do we desire to leave you without protection or the necessary understanding. It is the time for the pooling of resources, energies, consciousness. It is the time for able men and women to understand the meaning of dealing with forces, some of which are controllable and some of which are uncontrollable. Understand my meaning and understand what I have already said concerning the great law and the lawgiver, which does not violate the law. Understand then that gravity itself dictates life upon earth, and the gravity of world karma is also the subject that must be studied in terms of coming events, whose shadows precede them even now in the conditions of a historical stream which are recycling in the modes of war, of economics, even of persons re-embodied in the governments of the nations who have risen once again, finally to outplay their own free will and to be judged. And this is somewhat the crucifixion of the light bearers, that this seed of the wicked is allowed to return many times over, as they think They are the ones who implement the crucifixion of the children of God, whereas only the Lord God Almighty administers that initiation. Their abuse of life can never be termed the crucifixion. Only power of those who you in the spoken word, in your affirmation. It is wanton murder and destruction. Nevertheless, the children of the light have interpreted such conditions as the crucifixion, for they have not understood that the crucifixion is neither death nor pain, but is life and bliss. Therefore, my beloved, while these individuals are light that must always final hour of opportunity to bend the knee and confess the Christ, their position at points of relativity in the governments makes them instruments of ultimate decisions affecting life and death upon earth. We then, centered in the very center of the mandala of the temple of the sun, move in our solutions from every point of the circle, 360 degrees, is 360 angles of God consciousness being brought to bear upon the situation of earth and her evolutions. Multiply this by the spherical nature of infinity, and you will behold God in the center of earth and her evolutions, God on the periphery, in the person of legions of the armies of the faithful and true, moving into position at every point and dot in the sphere of earth itself. God within, God without, and mankind betwixt these 2 points of the law of life, of Alpha and Omega. What then does this constitute? It constitutes the pressure of light. Understand the pressure of light when that pressure comes down upon discord. It is very simple. Discord increases, is forced out of itself, is forced to the very surface of the planetary body. All karmic conditions. Thus the turmoil, thus the chaos and the confusion. And in the midst of all of this, the tension of light, the pressure of life itself results in God coming into manifestation in his sons and daughters. Your own advancement on the path, the increase of light within you, could only be the result of such cosmic conditions unprecedented. You have seen the miracle of the Holy Ghost within your very own temple and taken it almost for granted, as though the moment you should place your attention upon God, such miracles would occur. My beloved, this is no ordinary manifestation that souls of light could come into our midst and drink at the fountain of the messenger herself and receive that light for which she is the vessel of the light in the center of the sun, and the vessel of the light of the armies of the Lord. This light transferred to you is like a giant pump, pumping air, pumping the sacred fire, pumping living waters until you are so filled with light. It is almost as in the early church when they were drunk with light, so joyous with light, their cup overflowed. This is indeed a phenomenon of the centuries that occurs only at preordained moments, only when the pressure of the brotherhood and cosmic beings comes to earth again in the course of cycles for a harvest. This is the hour of the harvest when many will ascend, and others who are resurrected by the very force of the light itself will be resurrected to the final judgment. Now then, with these conditions advancing and intensifying, you must understand that certain conditions, as Saint Germain has always told you, are unpredictable even from our octave because of the nature of free will, because of the nature itself of the human consciousness. But there is one thing that is certain: the paucity of leadership, the impoverished consciousness, the total absence of consciousness from God within key figures east and west is certainly calculated to manifest the worst decisions, the very worst decisions that could be imagined. From the standpoint then of leadership alone, we consider that the earth has never peril being great. The countermeasures for the protection of souls must be great. Inasmuch as all conditions are in a state of flux, and no downward avalanche, even in the economy itself, has yet crystallized into outer darkness, it is a supreme moment for alchemy, for change. Thus the infusion into the very heart and mainstream of American life to actually have momentous effects for the good and for the turning around of those conditions capably charted to you by our messenger and our faculty. Saint Germain also dreams a dream, and he measures in his heart the quotient of light and the effect that certain portions of the violet flame would have and could have in America. He sees the cosmic cube. He sees the intensity of the violet flame through you. And he shows us not one or two, but many, no less than 360 alternative outcomes in coming months, dependent entirely upon how the spark of freedom and of liberty is received as it is being transmitted. Understand that in one sense, freedom has never been so free, and free will has never had such a moment of opportunity. Free will in the heart of the light bearer is still the opportunity to become God and to resurrect a sick society and a dying world. All of this within the realm of possibility and even probability. The equations then differ, but none of them change according to the will of heaven or the brotherhood or the law itself. The equations themselves change only with the acceptance of embodied light bearers and the mainstream of humanity at large. The outcome then is entirely dependent on how light bearers implement the wisdom, the joy, the love, the law, the freedom itself. It is as though there were silence in heaven, as a hush is come upon angels and ascended masters, as they listen and wait and look to see what will be, what friends of freedom will arise in answer to the tremendous charge of energy sent forth from the altar of your heart and the altar of our sanctuary. If mankind wait to see what the superpowers will do, I can assure you that heaven waits to see what the superpowers, in terms of those who have the greatest light, will do. We admonish you to stay close to home in your heart, to always be with the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. We admonish you to have the sense of home as being not only where the heart is, but where the mother is. We admonish you to have the sense of mobility of the spirit, mobility of soul and heart, and the realization that wherever you go, you are always secure in the heart of Mother, when your vibration is one with Mother. For the Mother flame is the law of manifestation itself, even as the law of the consuming fire. When your consciousness vibrates with the heart of Mother, you are secure in that heart.
160 degrees.
When it is not, no amount of outer provision for safety.
Power of the Holy Ghost flows through you in the spoken
Some
word.
have supposed that an idolatrous relationship or an outer tie would suffice. These have seen the error of their ways, and numbers of these are on the other side of life. And they have passed through transition, never understanding the true meaning of the Guru-Chela relationship. That meaning is this: it is the wedding of soul with spirit. It is the marriage of the soul of the Chela to the spirit of the Guru, whereby at any moment upon the cosmic cross of white fire, the Guru is the Chela is the Guru. This is the cosmic interchange. This is the love of community. Let this community prosper in the spirit and in the abundant life, and let the members be as one, all for one, and one for all. Let love abide, let love consume all fear. Let love be the ability to mobilize for the mission unto the nations, and for the mission of securing the place prepared in the wilderness, whereby the birth of the man-child is secured for generations to come. I am the goddess of liberty. I am the mother of the flame within you. I seal you in my threefold light, and I am with you always. On the battle line, in the fight, and in the hour when your souls take flight. I am in the sea, I am in the wind, and I hold my torch for the guarding of the cosmic cube, for the guarding of the promised land. I bid you take my hand in defense of life everywhere, and most especially within the souls of my little ones throughout the nations of the earth. I breathe a prayer for holy angels to inspire you and care for you always, and they are waiting in the wings to answer my prayer and abide with you. I am that I am in the mother light, of the Ancient of Days. I bow before Sanat Kumara and his divine plan, sealed in the heart of the great divine director for the fulfillment of the mission with you. Amen. O children of the sun, the councils of the brotherhood have assembled to be with you in this hour of the reckoning. As men reckon time and space, so the law itself, embodied in the person of the lawgiver, does reckon as one who measures with the rod those who are in the inner temple, and those who are in the outer court. Our God is a consuming fire of love. So is his law manifest, as above, so below. Understand then the equation of life and of crisis within life as the crisis and decision. Understand that the law is impersonal, yet most personal in its application. Those who are one with the consuming fire are drawn up in the draft of the Holy Spirit, and they themselves become a part of the vortex, the pillar of fire that leads the children of Israel and nations unto the promised land of the abundant life. There are forces set in motion upon earth today which can only be checked by counter forces of light. Light that must always be embodied within you, our representatives. Understand that miracles are wrought by God through instruments such as ascended masters and angels, such as embodied devotees, those who form the connecting link of light, those who keep the currents flowing in the heart of the earth. Understand then that inasmuch as the lawgiver is the law, there is no abrogation of cosmic law in deference to this or that person who may be beloved of God, yet who stubbornly remains outside of the geometry of that law. God loves himself in every part of life. Every child of his heart is beloved, and all that has proceeded forth from him, even energy itself, contains the very magnet of his love, whereby that substance, that will, that force, that energy, and that very mind will ultimately return to him.
Hey Nasha, it's John. How are you doing? I'm good. What are you up to? A half an hour? A whole half an hour? You think we're going to chat for a whole half an hour?
I think if there was even the slightest bit of chemistry, you probably would have gone off the phone for a few hours. Yeah.
Wow. So what's your appointment for?
Good question.
Weird question or good question?
No, weird question.
Hmm.
That's the first thing you're asking.
Oh, I don't know. I don't normally say I have, an appointment. I don't know. It's just the way I talk. I just kind of like say what I'm doing.
I mean, I have a Brazilian. Is it your business?
Oh, lovely. Anyways, yeah, I mean, actually, I was like, maybe I should do a Brazilian.
I can tell.
You can tell what?
Smooth.
Smooth?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that just means no friction, right?
Okay.
So, are you free for dinner this evening?
I am not in Chicago.
Oh, you don't live in Chicago?
No.
I see. Where do you live?
I'm in Oklahoma.
Oh. Does it say that on your profile? I couldn't remember seeing that.
No, I was bored, so I play with the little hinge map.
Where's Gaithersburg? Is that like West Virginia or something?
No, it's Maryland.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Anyways, how do you like Oklahoma? That's got to be pretty interesting. Are you like, shit, we're in Oklahoma. I don't even know, like, Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only main thing here.
Yeah. So what are you doing there?
I might be really new to online dating because I only downloaded Hinge like 2 weeks ago, but this feels weirdly like interrogation-y.
Oh, well, anyways, I mean, I was like hoping to take you out for dinner tonight, so I apologize for my surprise and discovering you live in Oklahoma, but I'm not trying to like, interrogate you or go any further.
Actually, I am admittedly like new to the whole dating app thing, so it could just be like a learning curve, I guess, on my part. But also, given that I'm in Oklahoma, are you surprised that I use a dating app to kind of look outside Oklahoma? No. That makes actual perfect sense. Where is... Sorry, let me stop that. I think that's like the... I feel like there's less value for a dating app looking in like your own community.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually this would be... in my mind, the most valuable use of it is like being able to, in the same day, like have conversations with people hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, it's a little bit like going into a bar and just meeting new people at a bar on a Friday, Saturday night, I mean, it's just meeting people, you're talking to people. But so you don't have sex. Do you drink?
No.
So you're waiting to meet that perfect man. You want to get married, start your family, and live happily ever after. That's what you're looking for, right?
I mean, I have been married, so I guess, yeah, the next marriage.
Do you know what the I Ching of love is?
No. What's that?
It's like Chinese tarot cards, and it has this little booklet. And there's 64 numbers. I'll read you a number. Just pick a number 1 through 64.
Wait, I thought your thing said you were a Muslim.
I'm not a Muslim, no.
Oh.
But I mean, I like books. I mean,
No, I thought it. That's what I thought. I said you were a Muslim, and then you were mentioning tarot cards, and I'm like, a Muslim wouldn't mention that.
Well, maybe because like I got a lot of books. I went on eBay and just bought a bunch of books, and it made me smarter. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I am Muslim, so I'll respectfully skip the tarot cards. Okay, so I guess instead of asking me about me, tell me about you.
I don't like to be interrogated. It's just a joke. I don't know. What do you want to know about me?
What is there to know about you? How would you describe yourself to someone who doesn't know you?
A gentleman, a knight, a charming, handsome, intelligent, sophisticated, powerful man. So dashingly handsome.
So the law itself, embodied in the person of...
Hello?
Sorry, I'm 43. I'm just just in my kitchen getting some coffee. Yeah, I mean, I'm 43, I live in Chicago. I have no kids. I have no pets. I have a big garden. My body was sore from gardening all day yesterday. Working out in the gym. And I don't think, it's like worth planting anything because I got a team of squirrels around here that dig everything up and eat it all. So it's like, who am I kidding? They're going to eat everything I plant. But no, never married. No kids. Just happy guy. 43. Life is good. So do you go to the gym? Are you like a workout person? You look like you're in pretty good shape.
I don't know that we're like the greatest fit.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like a random person at a bar that I just met for like a quick little 10-second chat and cut, I mean, welcome to your scanning and filtering services. I filter for R words personally.
R words?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like a filter. When you go to a job interview, the people are just interviewing. For the person interviewing, it's just like an R-word filtration service. That's generally the service I provide. Or I provide a complaint department service. This is kind of the way I look at relationships. R being the relationship word, obviously, not the retard word.
Well, this is a compliment. I think had you not told me you were 42, my guess would have been like 26.
Oh, wow. I still got it.
Compliment. Yeah.
I still got it. So how do you keep those eyebrows looking so fleek? Jeez, you're like all eyebrow. Those are some thick, impressive eyebrows.
Thanks.
Yeah, you got some amazing hair. So do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Do you speak any other languages?
No.
Just American, born and bred.
Yeah, I guess.
So what happened in your first marriage? I mean, you don't have to tell me. This isn't an interrogation.
Well, we got divorced.
Yeah, that happens. It's like getting married. Well, I think I'm gonna, go for a jog. I know you wanted to schedule this call for 30 minutes, but now since you've determined we're not a good fit.
No, I appreciate it. And I think it is so interesting and such a cool thing to get to play a little bit of roulette, kind of with people all over the place. And I think it's cool. And I do think, and I mean this in a genuinely complimentary way, that you come off very young. That's not really my thing, but I think it's really awesome. And
no, I'm a social person. I'm a nice person, and I go out and I meet a lot of people all the time, and I'm nice. I try to be nice to everybody because what's the point, to be a disagreeable person,
I don't think anyone wants to be disagreeable. Don't really think that's anyone's goal.
Oh, there's a lot of people out there that are just so argumentative and they don't know how to have a conversation. They're just horrible people to talk to.
Well, you know, I don't think we all really, like, what is it, Labrador Retriever category, whatever it is.
Like the pet.
The what?
The pet? I don't know. Somebody called me their pet the other day, and I was like, oh, well, now that I'm your pet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you are extremely friendly, like you said.
I think I'm going to start doing what you're doing, but in Brooklyn and Miami, and then just like say, hey, let's go out for a date. And then I'm going to like get them on the phone and be like, oh, by the way, I live in Chicago. And I'm going to tell them how awesome it is to like use this app as a way to like talk to people hundreds of miles away. Wow. Great one, Nasha. You bait and switch. Talk about a bait and switch. Do you run a Ponzi scheme? Do you run a Ponzi scheme?
Dude, I don't know if you're, I mean, maybe you are financially challenged, but like, there are planes. Like, I don't know. And frankly, if you're so good at finding the love of your life within your geographic area, you probably would have
found her already,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, although...
Wait, you're divorced, right?
What?
You're divorced, right?
Yeah, I've been divorced for 9 years.
Oh, wow. You've been single 9 years?
Since a guy who's literally apparently never taken care of someone else in his life.
It's not true. I have taken care of plenty of women I've taken care of. You're making quite an assumption for some random guy from Hinge.
Someone who's never had a wife.
Someone who's never had a wife? Well, you know, technically speaking, every woman you sleep with...
That's not my business. I'm just saying, if you're like, yes, I have been divorced for 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to make a determination on that level of singleness, you've been doing that your entire life, dude.
Dude, you're making assumptions, and these are not facts. These are just like your opinions, bro. Dude.
I only assumption was that you haven't.
Dude, listen, dude. I know we're not going out to dinner tonight because you live in Oklahoma, but bro, I mean, like, dude, these are just your opinions.
I mean, truthfully, if you wanted to, and if we had hit it off and you wanted to, that dinner probably would have been in the realm of the next couple of weeks, which actually for me is preferable than the same night, because if we're gonna have a lack of compatibility that I can determine over the phone, which possible, then I would save us both the trouble.
Dude,
so I actually
excellent analysis. Dude, you listen, dude, I understand you're filtering, dude.
Okay.
Good one, dude. Anyways, listen, dude, have a great night. I'm gonna go to the gym. I know you wanted to schedule a 30-minute call, but I hope 15 minutes is good enough for you. Nasha, health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength, you know, joy and love and all those positive, super positive vibration words from me to you, from my heart to yours, Nasha.
Thanks.
Do you know what the difference between a message and a massage is?
A massage?
What's the difference between a message and a massage?
And a what?
A massage.
Are you drunk?
No, a message versus a massage, meaning when you give a massage.
I'm actually asking, are you drunk? Like, or is this like your normal?
No, I'm just having fun, but I am about to go work out. I'm just sipping coffee.
Okay.
I'm a Muslim now, though. I don't drink anymore, FYI. I've taken the shot.
If you're like not drunk and this is your normal and you're 42,
I just know how to have fun, Nasha. It's your opinion that I'm not having fun over here. I'm having joyful fun talking to you. I apologize if it's not up to your strict standards as a Muslim woman, but Jesus.
No, the Muslim thing was like separate. I think I missed you. I just had it. That was my bad. But that's not really relevant to the rest of this.
Is any of this relevant? You don't even live in Chicago, and you live in Oklahoma City, and I know you want to talk for 30 minutes, and then you have an appointment. But right now, I'm hanging up the phone.
Chicago wasn't so backwards. So yeah, I live in Oklahoma. I'm moving in 2 months, and I have family. I travel all the time. Clearly you don't, which is fine. But I don't know why you're getting stuck on the fact that I live in Oklahoma. Like, I just genuinely am so confused. Like, do you not understand there's planes?
Do you not understand that I don't? I'm going to hang up the phone because even though you want to schedule a 30-minute call before your appointment, oh my gosh. Isn't that some funny shit? That is some funny shit. Bend the knee is what that one is saying. How ridiculous. I don't want to record these calls, but I think it's important that we document the ludicrousness of, trying to get a date. You want to have a 30-minute call about what? Oh, Roberto Shalom, that was some fun shit. I'm not going to save that number in my phone. Maybe I should just block it, actually. Should we save the name and number and then block it? Nasha interested. Nasha, had many lessons. Okay, that was fun.
A woman will fuck you over every time, every day.
That's my favorite quote.
Oh, shit.
Slam!
And they will.
They will.
Fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Women will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A
If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Oh shit. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will.
Oh, shit. Send it to everyone. Fuck it.
Attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And I ain't lying. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And I ain't lying. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh, shit. And I ain't lying. And they will. They will fuck you over. Attention, G.
Hello?
No more protection money. Well, there have to be, or else you won't be protected anymore. And then anything can happen.
Well, what you see here, Olivet, is a peasant army. This is a grassroots rebellion.
I see.
The time is long overdue. We demand majority decisions by democratically elected bodies.
Well, that sounds pretty solid. Or what do you say, Thea?
Well, yeah, I think it's great. Is it just a fist? Is it a symbol of the power of the people? Huh? Right in the solar plexus. Don't.
Do we agree that this peasant revolt is over?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry if we maybe took a little too much, but we're going to the thing, so we're going to need a little extra.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. No more protection money.
Well, there have to be. All right.
Attention, G.
I celebrate. Nike is looking for people.
I'm unbeatable. I can't be beat. It's impossible. You condemn me. You can damage me. You're never ever gonna be. Why be normal when you can be the best? I don't want to be normal. I want to make the difference. For everything I do, I want to make the difference. Because when I make the difference, I'm the best. I'm unbeatable. I can't be beat. It's impossible. You condemn me. You can damage me.
I am the best.
Why be normal?
What do you mean by post?
Nor to sell yourself in the name of love, but rather to open up to the freedom in which love can exist. So my question to you, honey badger, is what do you fail to see in Christianity doesn't deal with the biggest topics of your own personal life, like love? Hello? I don't know, but I like what you read. I mean, that's better than anything I've heard from Christianity. This card is a sign of a strong yin presence, that of receptivity in your life. The blues, the creative force in you is settling and acquiring form. Through the initial difficulty, an invitation to not reduce the other to. Because he's talking about people don't read. And so bring to the forefront about you want somebody else to listen. You please reiterate your or that there's a creation, a collection of the past and a compression of the future into the NOW.
What do you mean? Like, excuse me, how do you read so many books? This is my king. Sweet Lord,
First start. This doesn't feel like a party without my little lightning bug here. Jesus Christ. William, you've got a viper's nest in there. I heard about it, of course, but seeing it for myself, mean, it's disgusting, of course, but it's beautiful. What you've done to yourself, what you've become. And you did all that for me. No, that is devotion. You know, William, I know we're not exactly equals, but I'm compelled to say you are the only one that's ever challenged me. And there's a part of me that will be sad to see you go. Starla, this doesn't just you and me. I guess it's true. Be one of us now.
Well, if you can't beat him, join him.
Fuck you. We had a deal. You sold me out. Put me back in a fucking box.
Homelander's the one fucking you over there.
Did he mention that we've got an uber virus strong enough to kill every soup on the planet? Bullshit. Things this virus can do. Fucking diabolical. Why do you think he sent you here? You're a sacrificial cunt. Again. I guess we'll see. You don't get it, do you? Everyone fucks you over. Do you want to know why? Because you are a dumb fucking twat. Just you and me.
Okay, this is Men in Black.
Fucking ho-hum. Yeah, it's me. We got into this war. Fucking ho-hum. Yeah, it's me. I don't miss these fake fucking good shit. Tell you the truth. I'll stay with the fish. Why'd you go to that psychic last year, since you don't dwell on this shit? That was different. Chrissy was shot. That was a paranormal event. What the fuck are you talking about? That psychic told you those guys were holding you. The guys that you, I love that. Nothing like a brother. Any idiot. Well, that's the difference between Bush and the others. Them you love. The world don't run on love. It was a rat bastard. One thing you gotta admit, he made a great Santa Claus. He did. In the end, we got into this war at the...
America, computer of souls must. But there is one thing that is the hour of the light to our midst, and daughters of Alpha and Omega, upon the sea to bend the knee and there, in the condition of resources, the concern for the of light that
better pay attention. When are you coming back to Chicago? When are you coming back to Chicago?
But basically, these niggas understood that the Messiah would look like Jesus, act like.
I can already tell we're not compatible. Okay.
A careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, more competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check for verifying from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished duly.
That's nice. Dustin Ball. Hey. Oh.
should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him more. Should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him further remember the lesson of his life, or believe in the wrong guy, finds highly myself, and finds nothing which lies within his own knowledge and experience. We here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon errors derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Remarkable results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents informed of the circumstances.
The tall turkey, tongue rotted by their crony, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sanita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, Ritual Dhamma Magi, the book of the Satan magic of Vegamer in the mage. The Goetia! Rahata Yoga Pradipika! The spiritual guide of Bolios! History of philosophy! The
It's so small though. John?
Hello.
Yesterday. Hi, hello. John, yesterday we were talking to Rico about how like we're all sort of connected there on some human level, you know, and how like most like scriptures will have also the same stories kind of repeat themselves, like the different jokes there, with different like names and different this and that. Bro, he started getting so intolerant and saying Jesus is the only way, the only solution, the only like so he was doing his whole freaking only Christianity, only Jesus and nothing else, exclusivity, right? Caleb came up and he tried to explain. Both and Daniel were like, bro, you're acting weird, man. And then Hans came in to like give his freaking 2 cents. He was kicked out of the room. So in solidarity, because of his intolerance, we all left the room. Zabu today, so now he makes a room with all our friends and our connections and people we introduced to him, and then he's in a place of power. He wants us to kiss his ring, so he removes me from the room and acting all freaking. How much I've tolerated you? I've given you guys so much charity and my time. I've been. This is the. Yeah, I'll be recovered.
Nice name.
Huh?
I said nice name.
I know.
We're dying right now.
Zabu, and then Andrew finds it very convenient to talk about people with Down syndrome, and he kind of like makes fun of them or whatever, right? Zabu, please explain your story. So he's on the room.
So Nadia and I like call him out and say, "Oh, you should use a different word." And he doesn't.
Well, he is just quadruple amputee. Oh, bro. Firing guns, snorting from the alcohol, months of work, killing friends. It's a bizarre.
Oh my god.
Crazy. In the room, obviously, is inspired by a very wise man who once very, very wisely said, when people get in power, they want you to kiss their ring.
Oh my god. Regal's crazy.
Well, even with Regal, yeah, like the thing is, it's his show. When you're the green bean, it's your show. And, you know, as a participant, like I want a fun, entertaining experience. And if like you're a sourpuss and you don't know how to have fun and you're demanding people specifically discuss your, you know, strange theory or opinion, like not everybody wants to participate in your experiment. And the truth is, like, if you open yourself up to giving everybody the green bean and you just let it go, that experiment is a lot more interesting than your boring simulation. And that's just my opinion. Hello?
Is this the same guy who was performing yesterday, but just a different account?
Yes, John.
And is this supposed to be a picture of Alan Watts' universe?
Yeah, that's Alan Watts.
Yes or no?
Yep, that's Alan.
Okay. Nice.
It looks great, actually.
Hello.
So then when I got kicked out, I came here, and then we just pinged everybody from Andrew and Regal's room together.
Let's do exactly what John told us to do, which I always do usually.
Yeah. Because you're a communist, right?
I'm a communist. I have communist status. I allow free speech for all, no matter what they want.
What? Those are
Targets.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, shit.
We don't even joke about that. Yeah, we don't joke about that. As objectivists, please.
I'm so sorry. Please, Ayn Rand, forgive me.
Inshallah, my child. Inshallah.
That's not how you use that word.
Caleb, we've already had multiple Muslims tell you.
No. It's very simple. When somebody says, I hope something happens, you can say inshallah. But not
It was December 1950.
Forgive me. And you said inshallah, which is a nonsense.
Now, here's the good part.
Yes, if God willing.
Facing impossible conditions, chose to stand their ground.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think he is okay there, although he could be like.
It is.
He could be more specific.
Yeah, he could be more specific.
Inshallah.
Yeah, God willing.
Yeah, see that doesn't make any sense right there.
Like you can use words like alhamdulillah, which is like praise be to God. This is when someone says, how are you doing? You don't say inshallah, you say alhamdulillah.
But you didn't ask how I was doing.
You don't use the word the other Allahs. You just use inshallah for everything. That's the problem, Simon.
Exactly. That's how it's meant to be used.
No, that's not. That's what Caleb was telling you. That's not how it's meant to be used. Caleb, did we even discuss like Regal's butt cheeks, Muhammad, or Jesus?
No, we did not.
Then
Never, and I mean never say, sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you.
Now, some of you may be unaccustomed to this idea because I see some new faces here. But it's my fundamental philosophy that the universe is essentially a game. But we use the word game or we use the word play in varying senses, and it may give the wrong impression because very often people assume that when such a word is used, it indicates something trivial. As we say, it's only in play, or only a game. And then when you consider what an appalling amount of...
Yeah. I'm not finding the correlation between what he said and the question he posited like that.
Regal was just questioning his sexuality and that he took the moment to be open about it. Regal's
What's that sexual Christian repression?
What would you tell someone who knows exactly?
So what is it about human nature that when it reaches the slightest bit of what it wants, it completely like neglects those who have helped and supported him to come to that position? Is it because he thinks that, especially a theist, right? Simon is not there. Like a theist who believes that it comes from source. All position, might, goodness, and all else is generated from source, the source, right? So how does it these
The what challenges arise?
Riddle's a patriarch, right?
Part 2, the view from above. Marcus Aurelius.
And he wants to gain more power in this manosphere of Clubhouse.
Introduction to the meditate.
Patriarch, you know?
Make room for the fresh souls which come
Use
to
it
grow
as
there.
a well.
And this is the answer which
Isabella, stay.
Heathcliff, let the poor thing go. Can't be sitting on stage.
She said so many times a day. Isabella, if I leave you alone for half a day, won't you come sighing, reeling back to Isabella, admiration. So, tell Catherine I have finally found my match in degradation.
Isabella, let me take you home. Helen, I am there.
Isabella.
Even business-wise, if someone in my business, it's old school and, I'm highly patriarchal, by the way. However, we all understand that if X introduces me to Y, at all times I keep X in my good books. Simply because I'm showing loyalty and showing appreciation, right, for what you did for me. And at some point when X is in trouble, I have so many other Y's, Z's, P, Q, R's. I will very selectively pick a few and throw in his way. So you never forget the first stepping stones by which, like you climbed up. It's very distasteful in the jewelry industry if you do such a thing. Like as a group, you're kicked out. As a group, you are freaking alienated once you behave like them. So people are very careful about like sharing that power and allowing all to benefit in that part. Caleb Simon, Universe, any comments? Any comments for the men in the room?
That's sexist. No, I wasn't paying attention whatsoever. I'm reading this paper.
Are you not paying attention because she's a woman and she was speaking?
Yes.
He follows the eyebrow. Excuse me. She's a woman. Oh, okay. I'm just joking.
Yeah, my God is a woman.
God is a woman. What would your reputation be against eyebrow and her theory of individualism, which is so supreme over all other philosophy?
What's my reputation?
If you were to refute, and don't get me wrong, I love, I'm a rapid objectivist. But if I were to refute her, I have a few refutations. Maybe one. Do you have anything to refute?
I can still man the collectivist argument, but there is no actual, to refute individualism is to negate your life. So it's not in your self-interest to allow, to justify, not even allow, to justify, to justify the principle of 16. Holy fuck! I can't even speak right now. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. To justify the principle of individual rights as being violated in the name of the group because you vote for another person to decide is just craziness to me. It's so anti-life. It's so anti-life.
What's it like just like making no point, or in what you say? It's like I can't detect any point whatsoever that like you're just like using words, but I don't understand what's the purpose of it. Hello?
You figured it out. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to get it. I don't even get it.
Got it. I mean, you've seen the controversial clips of Ayn Rand, right? You do know that she's a schmuck, right?
She's which controversial?
You've never seen the controversial Ayn Rand video clips where she just like destroys her credibility?
Like what?
The artist on the artist was I don't know what she's saying.
Well, I'm just curious, like on what instance? Where she just destroys her credibility. I'm just curious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually using Google to find you the video clips. This is the universe. Please hold all questions for the Oracle until I have found the clips. Please hold.
I most likely watched the clips. You just tell me which ones you're referring to.
You've watched it all. Like what, Donahue? Which ones are you positing? Like
He can't know. He's just Googling after the fact that he's.
What we need today, what I call the new intellectual, would be any man or woman who is willing to think. Meaning, any man or woman who knows that man's life must be guided by reason, by the intellect, not by feelings, wishes, whims, or mystic revelations. Any man or woman who values his life and who does not want to give in to today's cult of despair, cynicism, and impotence, and does not intend to give up the world to the dark ages and to the rule of the collectivist rules.
Well, that was a pretty good one.
That's a very good one. That's based as fuck.
love you, I'm not.
Inshallah, I'm not.
Again, inshallah.
Wrong. It's not wrong. If Ayn Rand was it, that's all that means.
No, that means
Then why did he?
Exactly.
No. Have I shared like a secret with you guys? And Simon knows this. The reason why I became an architect was because I read Fountainhead. When I read the Fountainhead, when my dad decided to school after I finished high school.
Yeah, I'm invited to be unpleasant and expensive.
I know in architecture.
And objectivism. Well,
during my internship, I worked for an architect.
easy.
His name is Jesse.
Well, the novels, I mean, as I keep trying to say that, in my view, there's more morality in the novel by George Eliot than in any of them.
And he's one of the most controversial architects
Put together.
that you can find. His work.
I care very much about literature as the case where
Tiles, like these terracotta tiles that
real
he used
dilemmas
to right? He would use them as
so to have novels as transcendently awful
he would make structures that we
sort of undermines my project. And then, though I have some respect for the virtue of selfishness and collection of essays, and I've argued about this with the chairman of the Federal Reserve, as a matter of fact. By the way, the state Federal Reserve Act is not part of the Libertarian program.
So, after which I thought,
Mr. Greenspan seems a bit iffy about
sort of like most people can get over that.
I don't think there's any need to have essays advocating selfishness in human beings. I don't know what your impression has been. Some things require no further reinforcement.
First thing I want to do was to join the Mandarins.
President Lillian Hellman was once again declining it talking at some campus, and she would peer out of the room.
I'm just saying, like, Ayn Rand is a love hate.
It was a squawking question
You either love her
somewhere in the back. Miss Allen, why haven't you endorsed
Every gets spit on her, which much of the world does because of her whatever idea of selfishness, being a virtue, etc., etc.
What I'm allowed to use in this august company. I'll quote her directly. She said, the forms of fucking do not require my endorsement. I wasn't that much of a fan of Miss Allen. She could be a real bitch. But I thought I'd say more and so have a book strenuously recommending that people be more self-centered. History, as the Anglican Church used to say in its creed, they work with supererogation.
There's no rest.
Two strengths.
There is, however, a downfall to her ideology, I think. See, one could posit the argument that it is a bit too idealistic, right? So her ideal man, her John Galt, anything under any condition, right? Because they use faculties of reason, rational, and self-determination. So Rorik would not build a building under any condition, even if it's $10 gazillion, right? If his plan is not carried out or demonstrated just the way he wants it, because he finds that to be criminal to his ideal. Now, one could argue this is a bit much, right? One could argue that this is not pragmatic, or this is not economic, or driven by greed. Which is the very entailment of capitalism.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, thank you for that incredibly insightful opinion. I have the I Ching of love in front of me. Does anyone want to pick a number? A mystical number of revelation?
John, the video you sent is not interesting whatsoever.
Neither is Ayn Randyism, the cult. The cult.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not a cult.
Oh, it's not a cult? You're not in a cult? You sound like you're programmed. Generally monotone people who get 2 hours of sleep and think they can put together coherent sentences, which they're not. Those people are generally brainwashed in a cult. And some people claim Ayn Rand is a cult. The cult of Ayn Rand and her books, her little novels. Ooh, a book club. I like a lot of books, but I don't just like one type of book by one woman. I like a lot of books in my life, just like different types of pizzas. I love ranch on my pizza. I love pepperoni and sausage and jalapenos and giardiniera and garlic and onion. And I like a lot of toppings on my pizza, just like I like my book club to have a lot of books. Hello?
Inshallah.
Don't charge me. From Christopher Hitchens debating actual objectivists and getting absolutely eviscerated. No, he doesn't destroy the cult of objectivism if it were actually a cult.
Well, see, I'm at that point personally. Well, hold on. Personally, I'm at that point in my life where even debating these things, it's just pointless. There's no reason to even discuss or debate what we're talking about. That's just the truth. Hello?
Hello. Namaste.
See, that's what cult members do. They always try to force a certain topic onto you. And unfortunately, no one cares about that crusty old Eastern European bitch.
What? How bright of you to say such a thing.
Again, like philosophy is for like people to live their lives. Like I don't care if you have like bad ideas that lead you to bad lives. Like bro, that's on you. Like I'm enjoying.
I get it, bro. Good thoughts, good outcomes. Listen, you don't have to explain what good means to me. I'm trying to be a saint over here. Hello? The last chapter says be a saint. And that means be good. Hello?
No, I'm not gonna make a reply.
I'm just making sure because you're starting to get loud.
Oh no, I think I just put the mic a little closer to the mouth.
Okay. That's what she said.
Zabu, do you want to see my do you want to see my septum piercing, Zabu?
I do. That's what she thought.
I do want to see your septum piercing.
Okay, please hold.
She do not have a septum piercing. Shut the fuck up, John Kitover.
If he shows a septum piercing, I'm officially declaring John a psychopath.
Why?
Like he's not already. Why? I have a septum piercing. What's wrong with that?
I have a septum piercing.
I have a septum. I have a navel. I have some other piercings. I have 2 nose piercings. I have 10 ear piercings.
Oh my god, I have 2 nose piercings.
But you lived in India though.
So what? So what? That has nothing to do with the way you live. It's not even cultural. I like tattoos and piercings. I love tattoos and piercings.
Me too.
I don't have any tattoos or piercings.
You should get a tattoo of Iron Man.
Piercings.
You should get an Iron Man on your forehead.
You should get it on your ass. You should get it on your ass so that when you spread your ass cheeks, like you go to your mouth.
Objective is she would be against tattoos and piercings.
Why? I have an objective. God damn it. I want to get a piercing. I want to get a piercing of Iron Man's teeth and the gap between the teeth.
Oh, I have Iron Man too.
It's so cute.
I have a gap too.
I love that. My sister used to have a gap. I'm gonna get this Iron Man's teeth exactly the way they are, with just the front 2 teeth and the gap in between them. Right on my head.
This is just absolute trash.
My sister's got it too. So pretty it looks.
Well, okay, go ahead. Ask me a number. I'm going to show you my septum piercing.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 21.
Okay, PTR. Check out my nasal piercings.
I can't see it yet.
Just put that on. There we go.
Okay, number 21.
Oh,
it looks wonderful.
It looks fake as fuck.
Yeah, they look like little balls from your nose.
Okay, this is called betrayal and jealousy.
I have septum piercing. I'm not jealous.
Are you experiencing the dark side of love? Allow yourself time to assimilate the betrayal. In those desperate moments, it becomes absolutely clear what you loved in the other. Observe it and learn from it, maintaining the knowledge within yourself. In these moments, grow, evolve, become yourself.
Why has all of this been spot on? Like, the other ones are so different from the ones he gives me. Like, they're so spot on. It's insane.
Dude, this is freaky since last night. He's been
It's so insane. I'm not even like
he's spot on shit.
Wallahi, hand on my heart, he is using ones that are very, very specific.
Okay, let's inshallah. Let's try 19. John Kitover.
Okay, PTR. I zoomed in on my nasal cavity.
This is freaking fake. You don't have it.
I know, this is like party jewelry I bought on Amazon or eBay. Okay, this is number 19. This is just a gag. You go out to a bar, you put this in your face, then people look at you and they're like, what the fuck are you wearing on your face? A partner, yeah. I got every second I make 1.5 billion new miscarriages in my spermicide.
That must be so much fun.
No, actually, I just talked to some Muslim girl on the phone, and within 5 minutes, she's like, okay, I've already determined that we're not a match. And then she tells me she doesn't even live in Chicago. She lives in Oklahoma. And that she only has 30 minutes to talk to me till her next appointment. I was like, you think I want to talk to you for 30 minutes? Jesus. What do you think this is? Clubhouse?
John dated a bougie Iranian lady in Los Angeles, or I think San Diego, whatever. So John, do you want to speak in Farsi a little bit first?
دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
Oh my god, he's so good. Why is he so good?
I'm telling you, he's a fucking psycho.
I love him so hard.
Wait, Simon, let me hit my projection drum.
This is the kind of weirdo in my life.
Dude, John Kitover's amazing.
This is so fun.
I can't believe you haven't met him, Zabu.
No, I'm sure. Like, I think I've like left the rooms. That 90%, but like haven't stayed enough to like participate.
He also gets kicked out of every single room.
Yeah, you used to hate me, Zabu, in Sam whatever his name is, the Ginger Jew Sam. You used to hang out in his rooms, and you hated me.
I did hate you?
Oh, you hated me. Sam really hates me. So tragic.
I probably had to hate you because I was dating him at the time.
Ooh.
And I'm no longer dating him.
Why did he start crying in your lap?
Oh, stop it. Stop.
It's just a joke. I mean, I like him, you know. I don't know why. I mean, I shared a lot of valuable things with him. He hates me.
Probably because he was showing him up, you know?
Well, no, I mean, well, I don't understand. You should.
John Kitover's a Jew. Why would he hate
Well, anyways, yeah. I mean, I'm an annoying person. That's the whole thing. It's like when I go out to the bar, I actually try to refrain from talking because I have a tendency to like immediately put people. Well, it's not necessarily true. I'm just saying that based on the conversation of what a woman is telling me, like the conversation can turn sour, you know. And I always want to try to like, you know, make it less tart. Let's just enjoy ourselves and have some fun, ladies.
You're a really good clown, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay, pick a new number, 1 through 64.
19.
You want 19? By the way, this comes from the I Ching of Love. Somebody said this was better than all the Christian rooms put together. Listening to each other. The oracle gives an omen of prosperity. You are evolving inside something that, day after day, matures and bears fruit. Hello?
Say that again. So sorry. Read that again, please. So sorry.
Number 19, listening to each other. The oracle gives an omen of prosperity. You are evolving inside something that, day after day, matures and bears fruit.
Matures and tears.
Do you think that applies to you, Nugget?
Listening to each other?
Yeah.
Do I listen to you?
Yes. I think you listen to everybody. You wise perennialist.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I listen a bit much. I don't fight back.
You listen too much.
I listen too much. I need to learn ways, guys, my friends. I need to learn ways to fight back. I want to learn how to fight back.
You do fight back. What are you talking about?
No, I get very quiet when someone is being mean to me. Or is saying things that are mean and unjustified. I quieten down in shock, I think, as to you, my friend. Like, why are you saying these things? I didn't do any such thing, kind of a thing. And so I don't retaliate back. And I think, if it's false, I don't fight back.
Yeah, usually fighting back implies that you care about what they think and that you want to maintain the relationship. But you meet a lot of people who are like, who say, like a lot of the mean things that people say to you, they're probably really dumb.
Yeah, they're not related to truth. Yeah. This is why, for me, it's bizarre to find something that, instead of saying, but I did not, but I find that petty and small. Like, I'm not going to take names, but I have a good friend on this app, right? And she was feeling a little bad about, not a little bad, she was very angry that she'd introduced me to a bunch of really good people, right? And then who I gelled with very well, especially in a time where, like, my country is suffering a lot of trauma.
as well as we here in the diaspora sort of feeling a bit cut off. So it became like a very good, cuddly group to be in and to discuss politics in, right? And to know of each other's welfare and stuff like that. And then I did not agree with a couple of political stances that he or she or they had. And then and this made them tell me stuff like, how could you do this to me? These were my friends. These are people I introduced you to, blah, blah, stuff like. I found that a little bit like maybe childish or something. And I didn't fight back. And I kept hearing more and more that came from it. You manipulated my friends, you took them over, you forgot about me. I mean, I found it to be a little high schoolish. So I just let it go and I heard it. I felt hurt. I felt like fighting back. It was too teenage for me to do it, so I did not do it. Should I have done it?
No.
Is the question.
No, because it's not, I don't think it's, I think given what you've told me about the situation, you've explained how you felt and it was unheard by her. And you have to be, she has to be willing to listen to you in order for there to be a compromise. Like, she's not offering you anything. That, I can see why that would hurt, for sure. Like, I would find that hurtful. Absolutely.
And it went on to further, again, it was repeated. And that is probably because she wants a response or a retaliation. But I will not encourage that behavior for the sake of her. For her good. So that she drops it instead of addressing it.
Do you think she has that kind of level of emotional intelligence?
Perhaps not, but I can hope that she will.
Yeah, so then it's just a matter of time, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't even do it with my kid. Like, although she's a teenager, she'll never, like, say stuff like, oh, you like my other friend more than me, which would be, like, a normal thing, right, for, like, a young kid, because her friends really love me, whatever. But she doesn't do it. She has that intelligence too. She knows it's a bizarre statement to make. Just because I don't agree with you on a political stance, right? It doesn't mean I don't love you or I don't value you as my friend.
Yeah.
And then if someone new comes in and I'm siding with them or I like them, what the heck? This is so childish. Like, I can't engage. I just can't get myself to engage in it. Is it wrong that I'm not engaging in it?
Caleb, what do you think?
I was zoning out for a little bit, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, men, fucking open your ears.
But that's probably, probably I should have been listening.
Thanks. Well, I think you could do an experiment where you try one more time to say something. Like, how many times does Rumi knock on the door? 3 times? How many times have you knocked?
Rumi's knocked like 5,000 times. You're kidding me? Buster, come on up, baby.
He's like, it is me. No, it is I. It is you. Like, he did this like how many times? You know?
A million times for many years. Rumi kept knocking on Layla's door. And every time she said, who is it? He said, it is me.
But are you expecting her to have that response to you?
No, I don't think she's mature.
Yeah, so then then it makes more sense to walk away, right? Walk away with dignity, the Quran says, you know?
Yeah. I didn't know the Quran said that.
Yeah, it says like when somebody doesn't believe you, just walk away.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know the Quran said that.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what the Bible of the Native Americans says?
What?
If you can say it, it is not true.
Wow. I hope the villagers in this room understood John Kitover's most intense, beautiful words.
We could pick a new number.
Buster, hi, baby.
Hi, bitch. Hey, bitch. It's been so long since we spoke to Buster. It's nice to see you.
It's been a while. There you go. How are you, ladies?
Okay. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Just getting over COVID.
You're just getting over COVID. It's so crazy. I'll keep getting COVID. Every couple months, I keep getting it. Just won't stop.
Obviously, Buster. Minneapolis.
Oh, I do. It's just I'm getting over it. Like, it's just got a cough now.
Let's take a look at it. So he went on to push freaking exclusivity, only Jesus, only Christianity, only this, the only way, or you go to hell.
8th birthday. And he lies about a ring.
And then,
So is he attracted? Is this Brooklyn Regal we're talking about? Like,
Regal, yeah, this Regal guy. And then he removed me, and Zabu was also brutally removed because Andrew loves to talk like that for some reason.
Comedy.
he does, yes.
So yeah, we're in here to
The kiss.
Yeah, I got kicked out because Andrew.
Which ring are we talking about here, Zaburi? Like,
Pardon?
which ring are we talking about here? Like,
Oh yeah. No. He would be so lucky, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Regal, to be honest. At all.
But see, that's the thing. It's a you choice if you want to play his game. And the truth is, it's boring. So, you know, if you just keep playing a boring game, well, does that just mean you're boring too? And also, the one thing you don't really know about people on this app is, like, there are people on the spectrum on this app. And they're not, like, the most social people in the world. And this, for them, is, like, experimentation. And you give them a little grace, but don't be mean. Just if somebody else is mean, doesn't mean you have to be mean. And if you want to tell somebody what you mean, don't be mean. Because you don't win when you're mean. And I can tell you all my problems in life, it's all because of anger and maybe being a little mean. Maybe not the mean part, but the anger part. So it's like I avoid anger at all costs. Like, if I'm in a conversation with a beautiful woman and she's intentionally trying to get me to be angry or something, I don't fall for the bait. It's like I'm happy with myself. You can't, change my aura with your words. But the problem is sometimes I respond and it's just not beneficial. So it's so much better to just be silent. And when you start talking, you actually delete the mystery. Meaning I'm no longer interesting. When I sit there and I just talk, because the truth is in the silence. Hello?
I don't know who Butterfly is, but I really love your profile picture.
She's gorgeous. She's Palestinian.
It's a beautiful, beautiful picture.
She's a really beautiful person. Is that Hester, you think?
I don't think so. I don't think it's possible. It could be.
It is. Look closely.
Yeah.
So,
It looks like it's disco.
who were the three Nichols and Andrews you were talking about?
There's one person, Regal. He's an architect, right? He's the kind who will not accept that. Perhaps like other scriptures too, will have a sort of common theme, right? I mean, I find that to be pretty absurd to deny that, when it's like one of the most blatant sort of, evidences we have.
I just think he hates everyone who's not a Christian, to be honest.
Yeah. If you're not a Christian, you go to hell.
Oops.
But see, he's in hell right now. If that's his opinion, that means he's psychologically not happy. Are we right or are we wrong?
Yeah, you're right. I think that's what's interesting about Regal and Andrew is like they seem like two sides of the same coin, right? Like you're Christian, but Andrew has a I love everybody approach, even if you are going to hell. But he's trying to save you, right? He's trying to save you, and then Regal's like, I just fucking hate you. Like,
100%.
But see, Andrew is like, in my opinion, he's just like a mold at the museum, you know, those machines that put the molds together, and it has an interesting smell, and it costs a couple dollars. But it's like a useless toy because it's just a plastic mold. And so, in terms of like, you know, spicing things up and getting a little more exotic with your spirituality, to me, he's just so boring.
okay, my dear, I have to go now. Okay. But this was a lot of fun, and I'll probably be on later. Thanks for the laughter, and fuck Regal. No, I'm kidding. Okay, bye.
Bye, Zipper.
Bye, everybody.
I really liked your song yesterday, Narges, the French one. Oh, everybody was just in total ecstasy. Okay, so here we are. I'm waiting for some beautiful, young, vivacious, gorgeous, sexy, flirtatious, intelligent woman to come and kiss me. Where are you, my love? Where are you hiding? What dirty apartment and stinky bedroom are you hiding in that I've yet to find you, my love? Come to me, my love, and kiss me. Relish me, love me, kiss me, desire me, love me. Where are you, my love? Hello? Okay, listen to this. This is called Hymns to the Goddess, translated from the Sanskrit. And it's a very interesting, mystical Indian book. Let's go to page 10. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. This is what it says on page number 10. These are but some only of her endless forms. She is seen as one and as many, as it were but one moon reflected in countless waters. Subnote, Brahmavindu. She exists too in all animals and in organic things, since the universe, with all its beauties, is as the Devi Purana says, but a part of her. All this diversity of form is but the infinite manifestations of the flowering beauty of the one supreme life, a doctrine which is nowhere else taught with greater wealth of illustration than in the Shastras and Tantras. The great Bharga, in the bright sun, and all Devata, and indeed all life, in being a worshipful and worshipped, but only as her manifestations. Subnote 1. See chapter 3 of the Shaktananda Taraganini, where it is said the Parabrahman, Devi, Shiva, and all other Deva and Devi are but one, and he who thinks them different from one another goes to hell. And he who worships them otherwise is, in the words of the great Devi Bhagavata, like unto a man who, with the light of a clear lamp in his hands, yet falls into some waterless and terrible well. It is customary nowadays to decry external worship, but those who do so presume too much. The ladder of ascent can only be scaled by those who have trod all, including its lowest rungs. The Shakti Terihasyasa summarizes the stages of progress in a short verse thus: a mortal who worships by ceremonies, by images, by mind, by identification, by knowing the self, attains Kaivalya. Before Brahma Bhava can be attained, the sadhaka must have passed from Puja Bhava through hymns and prayer to Dhyana Bhava, the highest worship for which the sadhaka is qualified adhikari. Only after external worship, and that external form known as sadhara is described as Naradhara. Therein, pure intelligence is the supreme Shakti, who is worshipped as the very self, the witness freed of the glamour of the manifold universe. By one's own direct experience of Maheshvari as the self, she is, with reverence, made the object of that worship which leads to liberation.
Thank you. Basically, I think he's saying, like the Brahma Bhava, love of God, you have that adhikari or governance over it, right? Through, they were, what would you say after through the Satya Vidya or truth principles by which you can have a Deva Bhasha or the language of truth. Like all of these are connected through like the goddess energy or the female energy.
Yeah, it's like saying one God basically, but feminizing it in a way.
Feminizing it and also sort of like giving it direction, like pointing at it, like pointers as to how you can reach that.
See, what's interesting is when people on here do talk about hell or suicide or any of these terrible topics, like that's their inner projection.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like reading books. It's so much easier to like perfect communication because technically what we're really all doing is hypnotizing each other. And I know if you believe that it's hypnosis, it's kind of all or nothing thinking. And that's what Sith Lords do. But the truth is humans can be programmed in the same way that a computer can be programmed. Like Kitty here. Kitty was crying last night because she got kicked from her room. Poor little kitty cat. Oh, Kitty was so upset. She was crying. And then she said, I'm in a safe space here. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
That's funny. Yeah. Anyway, I gave you a kiss, Marius.
Thank you. Regal's being a bitch.
Regal being more than a bitch. He is being a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to describe it. Like he went into this whole rant. And this is what had pissed me off before. This whole rant of how much he hates Andrew and how fake Andrew is. He's being merciless and all this. And then who's the very next person that he has modded in his room just to blow his room up? He booty claps for big rooms. I can't stand that, man.
He likes clout. He likes position and clout. What else does he know? You don't need to know any of this, baby.
It makes me so sick. Even though I don't get along all the time with John, I would rather hear John breathe
right?
in a room.
No,
just sit
we're
in the
talking about
audience
the
and
facts.
just listen to that, and it'd be real. Or him play music or some shit.
I like facts.
I'm
gonna look up the definition. Yo, wait, it's
understand that.
Let me look it up.
But it's okay, I guess. Even though he gets kicked out 500 times from the room, in the world of artists from where I come from, John Kitover is always celebrated. It's natural to be John, right? There's no need for opportunities. You are who you are, and you'll always have one following. And that's how it is. So not try hard.
Evil is gone as quickly as it came. In top shape and ready to celebrate my return. Everybody's just like, I have so much energy. Just like, I'm just gonna stop.
You know, hang on my game. Christian, hang on my Christian. scientific enough to handle my scientific one. I wasn't like, what? It's just like, why does everybody speak so freaking not necessarily even just in general? It was just disheartening. And now I go into his room and it's like under new management. Okay, that sounds wonderful. Let's have some new management. Oh, what does that mean? You're just going to be a hypocrite and you're going to mod the main person that you just bitched about for an hour and a half. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous.
Bro, we were never manager in that room. We were celebrity who just allowed for him to build a platform. And I kept saying like, Regal is a really nice guy. He's so logical. He's like, I love uplifting because when you see that product like all the way there, it's so beautiful to watch it from a distance.
Yeah.
I don't indulge. I just
and
watch.
Like, he was like, Kitty, if you don't like the new management, then you can just leave the room. I said, no, I love listening to you become a total hypocrite, but what I can do is unfollow you and unfollow the house. I did.
Nargis is a really positive person. He's positive energy everywhere. I felt bad after she read the Elza Hadith.
Which one?
The one that was extremely bad. Probably the worst Hadith.
Rabbi, half of these hadiths are not there in the real hadith books. You're finding them from like these Christian apologetic rooms, apologist debate pro websites. You're gonna be laughed at. If there are some bad hadiths you can actually utilize and refute if you want to. But the ones you're bringing up don't even exist, Rabbi. Like they're not, and even if they do exist, they're not ijma. Not everybody like recognizes them even. Neapolis, can you tell this rabbi, bro? He's a Christian debate, bro. Did they refute it?
Yeah.
Sorry, what are we discussing?
Rabbis finding hadiths from like these Christian apologetic debate bro websites. Half the time those don't reputable. Like no one's heard of them. How do you expect anyone to debate you, bro?
My thing is like once they read it, even if they read it in the Arabic, you hear them like sigh and then get angry at something.
Look at my honey baby. Honey badger.
Yeah, I think us both mutually being in disgust of Regal's hypocrisy and Andrew also helping booty clap for his stupid rooms put me and Honey Badger as friends. It was really lovely.
What did Regal do this time? I mean, he's never.
Get angry.
He's somewhat patient, I think. Like,
not anymore. When he gave power, he's asking to kiss the ring. He's not anymore.
He's under new management.
He's gained some status on the streets of Clubhouse.
Well, have you seen this wild civil war that has broken out inside of one of the world's largest chimpanzee communities in Uganda? An actual chimpanzee civil war, yeah. Depends on you, not some fucking loser with a social autistic disorder named Regal.
What does that have to do with the chimpanzee communities? I'm gonna look it up just so I know. Chimpanzee community war in Uganda. Africa.
It could just be a territorial thing.
The Ngogo chimpanzee community in Uganda's Kibale National Park is the largest known wild group featuring nearly 200 individuals studied since 1995. I'm not seeing any unrest amongst them.
Well, you're just not.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm reading it. I'm The ongoing conflict is described by researchers as a one-sided route, where the western faction of the chimpanzees, despite being smaller at the start of the split, successfully killed off members of the central group. What the bloody hell? So they started off because they were the originals. They were first brought in, and they're smaller in group 2. And they split into the central and the western. Bro, we are chimpanzees. Hoax. Darwin was right.
How come Canada and Australia never had a civil war?
So the chimp war, there was a shift in power. The once unified group, it was split into a central and a western cluster, leading to intense, fatal conflict between the formerly allied individuals. Bro, this is crazy. Prior to the split, the community, please control yourself. Prior to the split, the community was known for having higher than average number of males. Oh my God, it's always about males and females, which influence their social dynamics. You wanna come on my lappies? Okay. But you're tiny. You're so tiny. You're so tiny.
Okay, I want to do another hymn, but this is the actual hymn. I shall never forget her who is the giver of happiness. She it is, O mother, who in the form of the moon creates the world full of sounds and their meanings, and again by her power in the form of the sun. She it is who maintains the world, and she again it is who in the form of fire destroys the whole universe at the end of the ages. Men worship thee under various names as Narayana, as she who saves from the ocean of hell, who manifests in earth, water, fire, ether, the sacrificer, the sun and moon, and who destroyed the body of Manmatha. O mother! Men only worship the triple-streamed Ganja, because she shines in the matted hair of Shiva, which has been purified by the dust of thy lotus feet. As the moon delights the white night lotus, none other, as the sun delights the day lotus, none other, as one particular thing only delights one another, thou, O mother, delightest the whole universe by thy glances. Although thou art the primordial cause of the world, yet art thou ever youthful. Although thou art the daughter of the mountain king, yet art thou full of tenderness. Although thou art the mother of the Vedas, yet they cannot describe thee. Although men must meditate upon thee, yet cannot their mind comprehend thee. O mother of the worlds, those who have reached that birth amongst men, which is so difficult to attain, and in that birth their full faculties, yet nathless do not worship thee, such though having ascended to the top of the stairs, nevertheless fall down again. O Bhavani, such as worship thee with fragrant flowers and sandal paste, ground with cool water and powdered camphor, gain the sovereignty of the whole world. O mother, like the sleeping king of serpents, residing in the center of the first lotus, thou didst create the universe. Thou dost descend like a streak of lightning, and attainest the ethereal region. Thy body, having been moistened with the nectar flowing from that, thou dost again reach thy abode by that way. O mother and spouse of Maheshvara, they in whose heart thou glitterest are never reborn. It goes on and on and on. It's a pretty big book. It's called Hymns to the Goddess by Arthur and Ellen Avalon. Published by Ganesh and Company, Madras Private Limited. Hello? See, that's my biggest complaint about these Christian rooms. It's like, just read me the Bible and shut up. I really don't care about your opinion. And it's funny because we're all just arguing over the book club, but nobody's actually in a book club. And that's what's so crazy. Everybody's sitting here opinionating on the book, but nobody ever reads any books. And the moment you try to read a book to these people, they shut you down. Isn't that interesting? Almost like they're there just for the dopamine, and therefore they are just dopes. We've concluded it again.
August, should we bring back Tuskia?
Hello?
August and that might be in the Matrix.
Narja's.
August, are you there?
She's on a pee-pee break. She's taking the dog for a pee-pee walk. Time for pee-pee. Time to take a pee-pee.
Universe, what's I know we're mutuals on this app, but I don't remember where we connected or how. Do you?
Yeah, cosmically, of course.
Right. But work your way down from there.
No, that's where we start.
Alright. I think I'm catching your vibe, dog.
You feel the groove that I'm putting down?
I'm catching what you're dropping.
All right.
So are you like a regularist or just like a spiritual seeker? What's your philosophy?
Will you accept an answer in music form? All right!
Like the countdown just begins, slow spin. Every scroll just leads to him. Full page. Pulling traffic to the booth. His name on your lips like something new. You pull that ballad from your pocket. Right here, say I don't usually even talk it. But tonight you want an option. He could be your better option. You got me doing at the midnight moves. Yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room, click on his name, tired of the same, ready for changes, we're breaking new rules. You got me rolling, doing at the midnight moves, hopping like I'm stuck on my truth. If this is the moment, I don't want to blow it, only bees after midnight moves for you. Real talk, about the things on my mind. Scrolling, chunk it over, it's your time. We laugh, the chaos in the mix. 1 vote for a city we can fix. You let us message build the drama. No reels, but we can heat up every dollar. And tonight you want an option. It could be your better option. You got me, doing at the midnight moves. Oh yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room, click on his name, tired of the same, ready for changes, we're breaking in the you got me doing at the midnight moves, talking like I'm stuck on you. If this just begins, slows me. Every scroll just leads to him. Focus. Pulling traffic to the booth. His name. On your lips like something new. You put a ballad from your pocket. Right. Say I don't usually even talk it. But tonight you want it out. Yeah. It could be your red option. You got me. Do it at the midnight moves. Yeah. Right here. On the street inside my room. Rain, time is in. Ready for changes. We're breaking through. You got me. Doing at the midnight moves. Stepping like I'm stuck on truth. If this is a moment, no blowing. Only these at the midnight moves. Real talk. But the text is on my mind. Scroll lines. Chunk it over. It's your time. We laugh at the chaos in the mix. One more.
We carve your name in ash and bone. Hold on, watch your over stone. Teeth of thunder, breath of fire.
Currently being trained at
Wake inside.
I saw Kingsland. Kingsland? Kingsland.
Take this really flesh.
It's in K-E.
Right now, feeling broken man.
Keeneland. Yeah, I see it.
Raise our hands and close.
He's currently being trained at Keeneland. It's like kennel land.
So what's new and exciting in the House of Bitcoin today? Are you guys discussing anything that you haven't discussed 1,000 times before? Hello?
Nope. Same shit. Is this the screen?
There's another guy who just records your rooms and puts you guys on the YouTubes for years now. But I can't understand what you guys are talking about. Hello?
This guy? Or is it the different guy?
It's this guy.
It's schizophrenic, so it's like hard to tell.
Let me hit my projection drum for you. Hello? Diogenes? Diogenes? No, that's a racist, anti-Semitic neo-Nazi. I'm Ashkenazi.
Why do you like randomly recording the clubhouse rooms and pumping them out to 0 followers?
I'm building a plantation of plantation workers. You guys are here working for the plantation. What do you mean? I'm trying to recreate the platform of plantations. I'm in the master's house recording you right now.
How many different phones do you have?
60 different phones recording you from every direction.
I believe him, he does have 60 different phones. So, alright, now this is a plan.
When was the last time you got coffee for your wife, Hodel?
You earned a subscriber for real. Like, put the YouTube in the chat. This is actually good jokes.
He's bald.
What is the plan, though? That's what I'm curious. What's the plan?
It's just an art project at the end of the day.
Oh, okay. So it's less schizophrenic than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's not schizo. It's just neurotic.
Still relatively schizo.
Well, the thing about people who use the word schizo all the time, like, it doesn't really mean anything. Have you ever actually met a schizophrenic and, like, hung out with them for a couple hours?
I have actually.
What was the hygienic experience like exactly?
Well, we're hanging out right now, so digitally.
Can you smell me through your phone in the way that I can smell your farts?
Although you do those weird videos where you're like doing push-ups shirtless, right? Is that you? You're the same guy?
Is a fart just air passing over a turd?
I think it is.
Okay, pick a random number 1 through 64.
I'm gonna go 41.
Okay, this is called sufferance. Step by step, each joy condenses, hardens, becomes literally of stone. Also, these joyous impulses lessen. It is a natural law. And this is living too. We would wish to harvest only joy, but it is the sublime ecstasy of love to unleash the most atrocious agony.
It do be like that. I don't know what I just heard, but it sounded retarded.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 64.
64.
14.
This is 64. Mystic Union. The oracle, known as the universe on Clubhouse, speaks of a missed encounter. One looks forward to something. One hopes, but resolution doesn't come. It is a warning. In the intimate communion that love with a lover generates, one can see the possible fusion that is completion and achievement. It is a flash of intuition, precious but elusive. Thus, once again, it is good to link love with meditation.
Universe.
Tarot cards or something?
Universe, what's your favorite clubhouse that you frequent? Because you listen to like every clubhouse room.
I like the one where I can set up my camera at 8 a.m. and then return the next day at 8 a.m. and they're still going.
That's pretty epic. Do you go to any of the Iranian rooms or like the black BLM rooms or anything? Like, what's
He's on all of them. He's on all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what have you sort of like learned? You know, because you are doing sort of art project experiment. It is interesting. Like, do you have any insights to this like chaos on this app?
There are observations which do seem to be natural law. For example, if you're on Hinge, Bumble, or Tinder, and there's 2 girls on the first photo, there is a 100% chance that the ugly girl is always so. There's little things like that you also see here on Clown House, but the biggest thing is obviously projection. So if I was, do you know what an NFFN is?
It sounds like, is that 2 dudes and a chick?
No, NFFN is a nigga, faggot, nigga. So if I was an African American and I was a homosexual and I was screaming at somebody else on this app and calling them a nigga, faggot, but I was an African American and gay, that would be an example of perfect projection. But when there are other forms of projection that are not so perfect. So anyways, I'm just saying there are.
I don't think, well, okay, but hold on. Projection is just like commonplace on the internet, right? Like every internet app is projection. Every human interaction, really. But like,
literally used for marketing, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, what specifically have you learned from like Clubhouse? You know,
It's all deals with
alpha there.
It all deals with communication. So basically, every achievement in human technology or science, ultimately, at the end of the day, seems to deal with communication. Whether it's the Federal Reserve or a bank, those are just centers of information and communication. They don't make anything, as you all know. What was that? Well, I'm trying to teach a group of Bitcoin maximalist utopians about communication theory.
Clubhouse rooms right now.
Hey, go tell that other clubhouse room they're nice.
Tell that other clubhouse room we hate them.
Rivka, they're saying you're annoying.
Hey, this guy's a base.
Okay, so this is a.
So I can
This is
respond
John
this time.
Kitover, by the
I
way.
got a lot of tripods. Okay, so this is the other thing I want to tell you about, which is called supernormal stimulus or super stimulus. See the fake nose piercings in my nose and the gay fan and the stupid hat? That would be an example of being extremely annoying for the sake of trying to draw attention. It's the same thing as peacocking with Dr. Strauss and the stupid pickup artist game. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of people on here.
I don't think that guy's a real doctor, by the way.
Well, no, anyways, you get the point that people essentially, do the flash game. It's just communication 101. And the example, MAGA. How many times do you hear stupid people on this app talking down to MAGA people who are actually just Republicans and they don't even know MAGA's a slogan? They think MAGA's like a political party or something. So we're talking about dumb people here who really don't understand the difference between opinions and facts. And their whole existence here is trying to project their shitty opinions and then rudely make people accept them as if they're facts. Hello?
Yeah,
Listen, you got to be here in the morning when we hear a lot of that stuff, lots of negativity. Now, tell me about negativity versus positivity in general. Like, what have you experienced?
Okay, so as the universe, I don't actually have to answer every question, but this is another observation. That this app is actually an ESL app for people that don't speak native English like yourself. That is one of the most fundamental observations about this app, is that people are here practicing their English. If you're ever in a room with a non-native English speaker, you will realize there's no point to the conversation other than to let that shitty English speaker talk their stupid, boring shit at one word every couple seconds.
That's why I always come up and they're like Indian guys and they come up and they go, hey, bro. Good going, bro. And we're like, why are they coming on stage? It doesn't make sense. But now I get it. It's the ESL thing.
Yeah, Universe, we've been seeing a lot of these in the mornings. Like, have you been noticing any patterns? Like, a bunch of like Iranians and Indians showing up, just kind of saying bro or whatever. Like, have you been seeing that?
Have you ever talked to a stupid bitch from Hinge that calls you dude or bro?
Universe, how many tripods do you have?
I don't know, maybe like 40 tripods. So what I was doing is I have 4 recording studios here in my house, and in every room I have a different clubhouse room going with 4 phones pointed at that room. And all I can say is, right now in Uganda, there's a chimpanzee civil war. There's hundreds of chimpanzees fighting a brutal, savage war for dominance. And the thing is, people on this app are very much like chimpanzees. They're stupid, they're retarded, and what we're trying to point out is that there are laws of nature, and people on this app are completely oblivious to what the laws of nature could possibly be, or even God's law. If you were to ask somebody, what is God's law? And they had to tell you what God's law is, you would think they might be, maybe somebody could tell you what that is one day, you know. Anyways, there are these things called books.
This is a racist performance art project.
No! Whoa!
I'm just kidding.
When are you publishing your findings about all this retardation?
It's live all the time. I mean, I'm constantly publishing, yeah.
Universe. Do you have is there like a Miss Universe?
I'm working on that tonight, but look, I just matched with this Muslim girl on Hinge. She doesn't live in Chicago. Is Habibi here? Habibi, the Fakhuri is here. See, the Fakhuris, they know how to get laid, let me tell you. They have mastered love, you know. They just can't seem to keep the wife around for long enough because they love too many women. Hello?
Shots fired.
And if you have to get hair plugs instead of dressing well and going to the gym and having a good tan,
I hope you win, Mary. You deserve it more than Lori Lightfoot, that's for sure.
Listen, if a retard can become a mayor of one of the most largest major cities like New York or Chicago, anybody can run for mayor. That's just the truth of the earth.
Eric Adams has Albanian citizenship now, so have that to look for.
Did you see the stupid Curtis Sliwa video of him and Mamdani like acting like faggots, drinking tea, and having cats on their couches?
Sliwa wouldn't do that to me, bro. There's no way.
Okay, but I have come to the conclusion that talking about the national debt, even if it's 40 trillion or 100 trillion, it really just doesn't matter because it's all relative to other currencies around the world. But also the fact that if you can create debt out of thin air, you can delete debt out of thin air. Pens and wands. So debt resolution, lawyers and politicians, it's all just a civilizational game. It's just game theory, and it's political. Vaccines are political. The debt is political. The plastic in your food is political. This stupid app is political. You know, my left testicle is political against my right testicle.
That's why you're running for Congress or something, right?
No, I'm running now for the mayor of Chicago. I was removed from the ballot for Congress.
That's weird.
Yeah, the Republicans got me kicked.
You're in Chicago?
I mean,
you should run for the Dems, man. They let John Wayne Gacy run.
Yeah, that's what that's what people keep telling me. Run as a Democrat. Run as a Democrat. And I'm like,
they let John Wayne Gacy run. I mean, they'll let you run.
Well, you know.
Right? Like, I think you're good.
What's worse, spending 5 years talking about nothing on Clubhouse or recording 5 years of people talking about nothing on Clubhouse?
They're both bad.
What's worse, posting videos on YouTube that get less views than listens in Clubhouse?
Listen, it's a performance art project that some LLM will find to be very useful training data someday. So,
that's interesting. Is in the YouTube settings, it says, do you want to let AI companies use some of your videos or all of your videos? And I say, you know what? Let's do all of the videos of everybody on Clubhouse being fed into all the major LLM, Google, YouTube. Let's do it.
I think, though, that Clubhouse has beat you already because we know they're selling our voice data. Like, I'm assuming that, I'll be talking to some AI, like GPS assistant, and it'll just sound like me, and I'll be like, what the fuck? They're definitely going to do that.
No, what the only way that this app can stay alive is through third-party data brokers. And guess who the largest data broker or buyer of data brokers? It's the government. It's the facility in Salt Lake City. It's the FBI. And the thing is, they're just spending it because their executive and their rep at Microsoft just keeps telling them to buy the data, but they don't even know what to do with the data. And it's all just redundant nonsense.
This is all great training data, though, for AI voice modules, obviously.
Yeah, but to what extent? To where we can now commercialize this proprietary IP of people talking about nothing? It's all. They kicked me. We did it. Kicked from room number 16,976. Another Bitcoin martyr. Okay, I'm going to go work out, everybody. Hope you're having fun.
Most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may so insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature following books, which ought to be taken as serious as the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King has been Jesus.
City lights are glowing amid with stars. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cutting gold, lakefront shimmering slow. Dreaming of a better day, just letting it grow. Yeah, letting it grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out a hand. All this it takes serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of a city told. Yeah, rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rise so deep. Lakefront shine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out a hand. On this love chain serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. It's a slow shift in the breeze, put our worries at ease. Yeah, the sound of the city calling out to be free. Oh, this change serenade, playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade,
they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind. Dreaming of a freer time. Maybe we're just scared to try. Maybe we believe a lie. Holding back what we can't ignore. Little flares. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real. Something real, not just talking. I want to get more than all this empty spin. I'm craving nights, hope ignites. Hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand. Together we can change it all. Break the silence, break the chain, raise a voice in every lane. Every vote can turn the tide. No more letting life pass by. Maybe we can shape the sky. Choosing how we live and thrive. Building dreams we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spin. I'm craving nights with hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. I'm craving change, we won't pretend. This is not how our story ends. We'll take the risk, we'll cross the line, just to know this choice is mine. Check my phone, read the city news. All these headlines, we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. Lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, make all over.com. Go Chicago strong, keep pushing on. We'll touch it over, lift up every space. Young Kitover, 2027 for this place. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election mode. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. Every voice in the crowd so clear. Go to Chicago, mayor.com. Let your choice ring out like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little Thursday signs are on. See the posters on my corner. Raymond red and white and strong. Phone lights up with falling headlines. Futures calling, streets undone. Everyone in every station, every vote starts with one. John, get over. Chicago, rise up. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for .com. Make it count, time to stand up. John, get over. Shaking it up. Tax reform for every pocket.
Tax reform.
Friends all say that we need change now, less corruption, straighter plans. Take the power from the back rooms, give it back to working hands. Every train in every schoolyard, every small shop on the block needs a leader for this city who will fight for them. Talk it over, Chicago, rise up.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. You got a damn woman will fuck you over.
Maybe new vision feels like home. Tell myself my vote won't matter. Then I see that side again.
Fuck you over.
My phone. John, get over. Chicago, rise up. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for .com. Make it count, time to stand up. John, get over. I'm sick of it all. Go to Chicago, mayor, election.com.
Woman will fuck you over.
I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new path. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step with my vote. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to vote so we keep moving anyway. Chicago, choose a brighter day. Go to Chicago, mayor, vote for calm. Let your voice lead the way. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform today. Vote John, get over, pave the way. Doubt's still riding in our heads, but it won't get the final say. We can rise and stand as one. Go Chicago, starting today. We don't need a perfect line, just a reason, just a sign. Every inch we claim is ours. Every step can raise the bar. Go slow, go fast, just don't go back. Trust the rhythm in this town. Time to lift our future now. So we keep moving anyway. Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to Chicago, mayelection.com. Vote John, Kitover,